to train people to be clerk of works to help overlook the works so we would minimize substandard works in the roads being done because it's impossible for one engineer to overlook all of the 500 roads and we also don't have sufficient clerk of works. So I'm thinking if the programs are being done to enhance not only the individual but to ensure that the work being done could be properly overlooked. If such a skill is offered, then we create a skill being learned and employment opportunities being created for more people to help overlook the work to ensure that value for money is also be achieved. Would that be considered?
Okay, so as I understand it, the University of Guyana, they have a program where they do that type of training. And I'm told the University of Guyana would have persons who are trained there, who I think they loan to, and Minister Jill can correct me if I'm saying the wrong, loan to the Ministry of Public Works, who help regarding supervision of programs, of projects, right, that are happening there. At the level of the Board of Industrial Training, how it is structured, it would not allow, at least at this time, for that type of training to be done, because BIT structure and its work is guided by legislation about its function, what it must do, what it's supposed to do. But one of the other things is that a lot of companies are failing to use the apprenticeship scheme, which can help in large measure with a lot of these things that we have to attend to. But I am told that there is a program at the University of Guyana where persons are trained, or the person who can become clerk of works. I wouldn't say there's a program that train people to become clerk of works. I think and I know a young man who was going to the University of Guyana, who was a clerk of works at the Ministry of Housing at the time. But BIT will not be able to do this type of training at this time.
Honorable Member, Ms. Hali.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, 6321, which takes us to the back, which deals with page 47, Information System Commission. Mr. Chair, based on an ongoing conversation I've been having with the minister every budget, in 2023, the 1.5 million was not utilized. In 2024, I'm seeing here that 1.5 was budgeted, but not utilized, and I'm seeing another 1.5 being budgeted this year. Can the minister say what exactly is this $1.5 million expected to do that it has not yet done over the last 4 years?
Honorable Minister.
Okay, so regarding this specific matter, let me just say, go back in time to come forward here. Between 2015 and 2020, there was no labor ministry. It was disbanded. Slow down over there. Slow down over there. So, 2020, because of that disbandment, the statistical department was degutted, and therefore, regarding this specific matter, what we are doing is trying to build that department. As I speak to you, there is no statistical department. because, as I have said, it basically didn't exist. We are now trying to rebuild a statistical department. We are working with a consultant to develop a strategy around this matter. The issue also is good people who you can employ. The issue of salaries become a real issue. And so this is a work in progress regarding the statistical department. Whilst all the other departments are functioning effectively and efficiently, we're still working towards building a statistical department. The $1.5 million is there because we're hopeful that that department, we could start staffing that department in 2025.
Honorable Member, Ms. Halley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister, you would probably recollect that in 2024, those were the exact statement made. And so I'm just that they're trying to develop a statistics department and it was supposed to be implemented that year. I'm guessing there's some difficulty in staffing. I noted too, Mr. Chair, that the website, the Ministry of Labor website, there's some form of section that is now called the LMIS, which means that there's some progress being made. But I'm just wondering if the minister can state when the statistics would come up to date, because as it is right now, the statistics are at third quarter 2021. So when exactly would the statistics come up to date to show us not only what is happening up to at least December 2024, but also give us some sort of a projection as to what we can expect moving forward?
Okay,
Minister.
so our expectation is that by the second quarter of 2025, we would have staff. But as I have said, we have not sat on our hands. We have been working with a consultant that is at the ministry, developing system. You have just indicated that we have information online. The other thing is that we have been working with partners so that we are capturing data in the construction area. We collaborated with IOM, and so we have some information as to labor needs in construction. At the level of oil and gas, we collaborated with ILO. We have information as regards labor needs, technical labor needs in oil and gas. And the latest study was done by the business, the Center for Business, the Center for Local Business. And those are studies that presently inform the Ministry of Labor as to what are the technical labor needs out there. And so we're using all of that data in the short term until where we have statistics department that can do the necessary work that should be done.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Ms. Halley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Chair, it's bothersome because over the last 3 years we're hearing the same thing, that there seems to be an issue with getting the requisite staff to fill the statistical department. Would the minister be able to say what is causing this issue? Because we have an unemployment, we have people who are coming out of university with degrees, and so why is it that the Ministry of Labor seems to find it so difficult to find the right people to staff this particular section of the Labor Ministry?
The issue, as I've said, I alluded to the fact that while some people might have an interest, the issue is they're unprepared to work for the type of salaries. So that is one of the issues we have to, the type of salaries to do. And to say, as you have said, they have many persons. I would say to you, they don't have many persons with the competence to do this work. And that is a matter that we hope to overcome it. We want the department. But as I have said, we have several areas where data is there that we are utilizing to do the work and to plan as regards what training to do with that bit and all of those issues.
Honorable Member, Ms. Lawrence.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A follow-up for the Minister. Minister, given it's almost 3 years going into 4 that you haven't been able to get this department up and running for the reasons you have mentioned, then why is it that the ministry is not thinking about outsourcing this particular aspect of the surveys? Because this is not just for the Ministry of Labor, this is for the country, so that we can be able to use these statistics both publicly and privately. So could you answer why we're not outsourcing if you have that problem?
Okay, so what I can say to you is that the consultant that is stationed at the Ministry of Labor is not just working with the Ministry of Labor. The consultant is collecting data across the government system. So where there's health, where there's education, those information are available. Now, as regards outsourcing, I don't know. I've never explored that as to whether the Ministry of Labor can outsource that function. What I know is that presently, there are statistical officers in the ministry. That's the statutory position. All the officers, so we couldn't just say, okay, let me outsource this function. This function belongs to these statutory officers, like OSH officers, labor officers. All the officers in the Ministry of Labor, in the different technical departments, they are statutory officers. And so it's not as easy as saying, okay, let us just outsource this function, because the function is a statutory function. And so we will continue to persevere, because we want the ministry, the department to be up and running. We have facilities already for the department. We have already constructed and expanded at the Ministry of Labor to allow for that department when it is up and running. But I go back to the point, we have not been sitting on our hands. Even without that department, we have been able to collaborate and work with partners, and we have available data that are in the public domain. All the data that I'm talking about, they're public, it's public information. Whether the IOM in construction, that's public information. Oil and gas, ILO, public information. Center for Business Development, also that's public information. So we can have a sense as to the needs out there in the technical areas.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Ms. Lawrence.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, we heard in this very House about 60,000 persons have been employed. We heard about all of the various industries and companies that are here to establish businesses and so on. One of the objectives of the Ministry of Labor is to conduct research and generate the information that they receive on the labor statistics across the country. Could the minister kindly tell us when, what was the last research done and where we can find this document? I don't know if we have enough time. I can ask the minister one other question with that.
You should ask it now because we are now out of time.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, one of the strategies of the ministry is to collaborate with the Bureau of Statistics for the production of labor market information. Could the minister kindly say whether in 2024 this collaboration was done and what document we have that we can go back to be informed of the various areas that they would have placed in the labor market information, whether it's a booklet, whether it's online, whatever? Where can we find this information? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Minister.
So apparently Ms. Lawrence wasn't listening to me at all. And that is the reason why I started out by making this point. When anyone is doing an assessment on the Ministry of Labor, they must do it recognizing the historical matter. And that's why I started making a point. You cannot disband the ministry and don't have it function for 5 years. And then in 4 years, all that it has done, Ms. Lawrence, you want me to answer your question? Do you want me to answer your question? Yes. So you cannot run a government, disband a Ministry of Labor, have it not function effectively and efficiently for 5 years, and then 4 years you come and you say all of these things should have been there. You contributed to them not being there. So that's the first point. The second point is, I was saying all the time that we have several sets of data to inform the Ministry of Labor as to what is needed. As regards the collaboration with the Ministry, with the Statistical Bureau, yes, that is happening. That continues to happen. As regards the last labor market survey was done in 2021, working in collaboration with the Bureau. And the fact is, the ministry was reestablished in 2020. All the things that are needed to be done, as I have said, we know there's a need for a statistical department. I have explained what we are doing regarding to get to that point. So, Ms. Lawrence, you can't come and say, why do you do this? What? I would say this. You had your opportunity to do it, Ms.
Mr.
Lawrence.
Chair,
You once
Mr. Chair,
was a Minister of Labor.
I think the minister did not hear me, or he's misdirecting.
Honorable Member Ms. Lawrence, I think you're being a bit disrespectful to the
No,
chair.
I'm not.
I determine that. The minister is on the floor. The minister is on the floor, and if you want it, you stand on a point of order. You just don't pick up your microphone and speak. We're not in a fish market.
Mr. Chair, may I?
You don't have the floor. Minister, you have the floor. Continue, please.
I'm just advised that just this week, in the collaboration we're having with the Bureau of Statistics, they have just requested information from the Ministry of Labor. And so when the information is available regarding the collaboration and the way forward, we will make that information available.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable members, we have exhausted the time. We've actually gone 4 minutes over. And I now put the question that the sums stated for program 381 current, 382 current, 381 capital, 382 capital, that the sums stated herein now stand part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honorable Minister, you and your staff, thank you very much for taking us through your agency. Honorable members, let us invite the Honorable Dr. Vindhya Prasad, Minister of Human Services and Social Security, and her team to take us through Agency 39. we give the minister an opportunity to be in place. Honorable members, let me invite you to turn to pages 188 and 189. And I propose the question that the sum stated for Agency 39, Ministry of Human Services and Social Security, Program 391, current expenditure, stands part of the estimates. The Honorable Member, Ms. Natasha Singh Lewis.
Thank you. Thank you, Grandma Chair. Program 391, Policy Development and Administration. Mr. Chairman, I noticed that the budget document says that 5 pieces of legislation were drafted in 2024 and 2 is expected to be done in 2025. I think my mind serves right when I recall that we have seen 2 pieces of legislation, the Family Violence Bill that was debated and passed, and the International Measures for the Protection of Children, the Hague Convention, that is yet to be debated. So in my mind, there are 2 placed before us in 2024. Could the minister tell us the other 3 drafted, and when would we expect to see them here?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you for your question, Honorable Member. There are several pieces of legislation in draft. We have 3 pieces of legislation that are in alignment with the Hague Convention that deal with abduction, protection, and maintenance. Those are in draft. We also have the CTIP regulations. We have the regulations on intercountry adoption. As you know, the legislation was amended recently to allow the resumption of intercountry adoption. We have passed the CTIP Act, so you have to have those regulations. The Family Violence Bill was passed, and we're also looking at regulations for the licensure of social workers. We are also looking at legislation around the Poor Relief Act. It's a very archaic piece of legislation, and that is currently under review.
Thank you, Minister. MP Lewis.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Minister, thank you for that response. One of the strategies for this program is to develop, implement, and disseminate social security policies, plans, and programs with the relevant authority. Could the number of policies drafted to address, as reflected in 2024, was 6, and 2 is projected for 2025. Could the minister list the policies that were drafted and what the other 2 expected for 2025?
Minister.
Thank you. The pieces of legislation that would have already been drafted include the gender-based violence policy and its accompanying framework, the ECD policy and its curriculum, and also all the accompanying elements, because as you know, we are placing emphasis on early childhood development. So this is a policy we are very invested in, and we have spent a lot of work working on this policy with the Child Care and Protection Agency, the Early Childhood and Development Unit. And I would like to say thank you to Ms. Gray, Ms. Govaya, and the entire team. And also we had support from UNICEF on this. And this is a policy that will really strategically focus the ministry's attention on ECD, and it will guide our work in two buildings that will be open this year, our day and night care centers and early childhood units in those centers. That is a novel achievement. It's the first time this is going to happen anywhere in the region. So this is a very good policy. The other policy that we are looking at is the policy on gender. There has been a social inclusion and gender-based policy. We have had that looked at. We had had a literature review, and that is in the works to have a more comprehensive gender policy going forward. We're also looking on the child care at the reunification, reintegration policy for children. As I had mentioned in the debates, this is important because we are not against institutionalization, but we want to reduce that. So we're looking at how more children could be reintegrated, reunified. We're also looking at the home-based care policy, because one of the things we want to do is to encourage women to start their own daycare, night care, early childhood businesses, and also enterprises. So this is a very important step in the work that we are going to do. We also worked on a number of other areas. One of the key areas I'd like to look at this year is the policy on aging, the policy on care, to name a few of those. Thank you.
MP St. Louis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. One last question on my indicators. 62 outreaches were done in 2024, and 100 is expected in 2025. Could the Honorable Minister confirm if any in the 62 reflected any outreach was done in the communities of Baracara in Region 6 and our only indigenous communities of Orial and Sipruto?
Minister.
If it was done. Thank you very much. We had over the number that we had targeted last year. We had many more outreaches, actually. We have more outreaches this year, and I myself went into Baracara on one of those outreaches. It was an excellent outreach, and there are a number of programs that are planned for the people of Baracara. The meetings were exceptional. They indicated their area of interest. And for Oriala Sipruta, I'll be going this year. But our ministry went into Orial and Sipruta more than once to address various social issues and to work with the people of Orial and Sipruta. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, a follow-up question.
Go ahead.
These outreaches are meant for the minister only, or is across the ministry?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, our ministry has been out there on the ground, with me, without me. We are on the ground all the time, and this is the process. We have a consolidation in terms of all the departments coming together to address the various areas that fall under the umbrella of the ministry. There are ministerial outreaches, but I still have all of the departments under the ministry. And the intention, as I have started since coming into office, is to take the services to the people in their communities. And that is a process that has been happening since 2020. That is a process that has also been the signature of all of our various ministries in this government. We have been on the ground with the people, sharing information, working with information. So I hope that answers your question. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, 6302, training. This is a program, we're still on 391 policy development. Could the minister tell us, under this line item, we have $900,000, what are the training that would be done?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we have a number of areas that we want to work on for the ministry. One of the big projects that have been in the works with IDB in particular is the creation of the new digital architecture of the ministry. In this way, we intend to digitize all of the beneficiary registers, digitize how people access our beneficiary program, notably pension, public assistance, permanent disability. Because one of the things I found when I went to the ministry is that it was kind of chaotic. We didn't have access to the back end. It was very difficult to navigate because data was all over the place. So this project will bring all the data together, will allow the region to now collect data and have a central point where that data is integrated so that we can develop a very, very good database and registry. And so to make all of that work, we have to ensure that the providers of these services are trained. So introduction to the new MIS would be a very key thing for the ministry to ensure staff in the region, staff centrally, everyone is trained in that. User acceptance, because you can't put an ICT-based system or a digital system out there without ensuring that the public or the beneficiaries who have to use the system, one of the big things before I continue is that we would have introduced online applications for the first time, fully online. Pension, permanent disabilities, people can apply for these services at home. And so user acceptance testing sessions, that's another type of training that will happen. And we do have to have training of trainers, because when we have these kinds of trainings being introduced, we want to make sure we retain that capability and that capacity in the ministry. So we're training trainers, and we're working on a dashboard so that we are able at all times to know what's happening in the ministry, and we have to have training of the users of that dashboard and also people to operate that dashboard, to input data, so that there's a very good system that at all times would give us an idea of how our systems, whether they are efficient, effective. So this is a very major program. And one of the key things that our government has been working on is e-governance, the use of ICT, whether you speak of ICT in education or you speak of it in e-governance. So a lot of the training will be used for ICT persons.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable members, I now put a question that is sum stated for program 391, Agency 39. Current expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. Program now stands part of the estimates. Program 392, same ministry, and I propose a question that is sum stated herein. Current expenditure stands part of the estimates. Member Natasha Singh Lewis. Honorable members, I now put a question that is
No,
sum
sir.
Mr. Mahipol, Honorable Member.
You were going? Sorry, sir. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. This is program 392, Social Services. Guide me, please. Page 190.
Go ahead.
Thank you,
190.
sir. Old age pension and social assistance. Line item 6343. Can the Honorable Minister, out of this sum of 52,930,857,000, tell us what is the sum associated with the procurement of old age pension book, the sum associated with the pension assistance book, and the permanent disability book? Yes, you got to get the books
Honorable
right.
Minister.
From this, sorry.
So thank you for that. The number of booklets procured included the cost of the vouchers per booklet, and the cost of procuring a booklet, and that would have been 19,000 for 6 months, which is 114,000 per voucher per booklet, 389 million for the booklets, the vouchers within the booklets, all the booklets that we procured. The cost of procuring one booklet would amount to $88, and the cost of procuring booklets, 300 million 344. That's for the 2 sets.
For all the booklets.
All the booklets. So in total, for all the booklets, if you add the two, would be 389,882,344. I'm so advised.
Thank you, Minister. Member Mahipur.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, a follow-up. In terms of the distribution of old age pension, which happens through the post office, the Guyana Post Office Corporation. The vouchers when they go, they take the booklet and they go to the post office and so on, and they collect their pension. The reconciliation of monies, there's an issue there at the Ministry of Human Services and the post office, where the post office has a different figure in terms of the reconciliation with the ministry. Can you provide us with a guidance or an update on the current status with reference to the issue that exists between balancing or conducting the reconciliation with the post office in terms of the difference with the figures?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am unaware of what you speak of. Maybe you have different information for me, but I'm so advised there is no issue with reconciliation.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Mr.
Thank you, sir. Sir, I'm thanking the Minister for her answer, and I'm quoting from the Auditor General's report for her guidance in reference to the issue that
Auditor
says...
General Report 2023.
2023, sir, that points out the issue with the post office. And it says, according to the summary in the table, the sum of $1.152 billion was indebted by the Guyana Post Office Corporation to the ministry. However, an examination of the reconciliation statement received from GPOC for December 2023 revealed that GPOC was indebted to the ministry in the sum of $1.016 billion. Therefore, there is a difference of $136.076 million between the cash book summary and the GPOC reconciliation statement. Similarly, in 2022, there was a difference of $201.389 million. So
in spite of the fact that that is dated, I ask the Minister.
Thank you. I have no problem answering that. That is something that I inherited, and it has been rolling over all the time. And it is something that was not reconciled for a number of years. And it is an ongoing issue that we have. So it was there before I even came to the ministry.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, sir.
Honorable Member, Mr. Maipo.
Thank you, sir. Indeed, the Minister is absolutely correct, sir. In fact, in 2014,
Okay.
it was $101.6 million. So
Honorable Member.
it continues to what measure?
Yes, the Minister said there is no issue. That's a rollover thing she inherited, right? So,
Sir, thank you very much. I'm asking if there's any progress in reconciling and rather than to have the number building, because in 2014 it was 101 million and now we're here at 136 million. So the difference keeps widening. What measure is the minister taking to address
Minister,
this
first of all, is
issue?
it widening? And secondly, if it is widening, as far as I'm hearing you twice, there is not an issue. This is an inherited thing, but you could answer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have no difficulty because after 2014 came 2015 and there were 5 years to reconcile whatever the issue was. And obviously it wasn't done. So here we are and we are dealing with the issue as it exists right now. And we, as I mentioned, we have put in and we are putting in an entire digital architecture to ensure that there is accountability, there are checks and balances, and every year since 2022 we have been having audited distribution of pension books in an effort to deal with all of the inherited issues. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Minister. MP Natasha Singh Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, the number of programs and campaigns targeting the elimination of sexual violence, domestic and gender-based violence in 2024 was 124, and in 2025 it's expected to be 110. Can the minister tell us which are the indigenous communities that will benefit from the program, and the campaigns specifically for the elimination of sexual violence? And what form will the campaigns and programs take?
Thank you
Minister.
very much. I am very happy that you asked this question because we have been having a number of campaigns since I came into office. In fact, this has been an area that has occupied the ministry's attention. As everyone knows, across Guyana, we embarked on the Spotlight Initiative, which concluded in 2023. And out of that initiative, a slew of programs came to being. One of those programs was very specifically targeting reporting. And so 914 was born, and 914 Awareness, which is a 24-hour toll-free hotline, is one of the key mechanisms, but not the only mechanism, that is used for reporting all instances in violence. It was introduced under this government, and it is a mechanism that allows people to report instances of violence. It has the ability in that when cases of violence are reported, and we've seen many, many calls to this hotline, it grew. We're able to even contact the Guyana Police Force to intervene if there's an acute case of violence, and everyone who calls can have access to the services. So awareness is a very big part of what we're going to be doing, more awareness in all the hinterland communities, in all the regions. Every year we are going into all the regions across Guyana. It is a consolidated approach, not only dealing with sexual offenses, domestic violence, but also with through the Family Enhancement Unit with youth, with juveniles at risk. We're dealing with children through the Child Care and Protection Agency. In addition to 914, we are also expanding how we use ICT across the country. As you know, the hinterland now, with the very good program through the Prime Minister's office, where they are connecting communities and at all the hubs, so people can actually access information, access services. Those are very important things. And Mr. Chair, I'm saying all of this because I want every member of this House to know what this ministry is doing, and because the question was asked, it is important that everyone knows, so together we can fight the cases of violence that come up, and if we don't see it as an apolitical thing, we will not be able to do what we need to do, which is to eradicate violence, especially in the 50th year when we are going up at CEDAW, when we're talking about the elimination of violence against women. We need to make sure we do this at home. So back to ICT. It is looking at the iMatter app, which is the first of its kind in the region. And this was an app that was developed. It offers resources to counter violence, whether you're in the hinterland or on the coastland. And this year we are adding a WhatsApp feature so that people, in addition to pressing the panic button on the first page of the iMatter app, they can actually have that WhatsApp kind of conversation to make reports. We can offer counsel. And beyond that, we are also going out into communities to let them know that there is the Survivor Advocate program. So Survivor Advocates could be assigned to persons who are experiencing violence in all of its forms. And we are going out there because the Family Violence Act is very new, and we have to ensure that whether persons are in the hinterland or on the coastland, they're aware of the measures in the Family Violence Act. And if they are aware of the measures, they will understand the act has both a civil and a criminal component, and perpetrators will face the full force of the law. It's new, and it is a very tough piece of legislation. So when we go into the hinterland and on the coastland, Speaker, and I must thank my colleague, Minister Ben, for working along with me. We were on a case as up to yesterday that almost concluded tonight, and we are looking at how we can train the police officers station by station by station by station. That is the plan this year, and that plan will start very soon. We had initiated the COP Squad initiative, and that initiative allowed 50% of the police force to be trained in case management, in responding to cases effectively. And then we started also working with women, families, children on how they can access these services. So those services will go into the hinterland so that people understand their rights, how the law protects them, and what the services are that we offer. We've also launched a BOSS initiative, Brotherhood of Safe Spaces, working directly with men so that men can understand what they need to know and how we can prevent conflict from erupting into violence. We are also this year working on rehabilitation and directly with perpetrators through a program called the Brave Circle, and that's what will be going to the hinterland, to the coastland. And Mr. Speaker, we are also working with the stakeholders. There has been the development of the referral pathway coming out of the Spotlight initiative that works with all the providers, all the people who have to intervene in cases of violence. So we will be going out there in the hinterland and the coastland to provide training for all those persons. So the intention is to keep on going until we get to every community. That's a process that has been started. That's a process that is continuing. In fact, as I speak today, and I must thank my colleague, Minister Manik Chand, we have been going into schools. Last year, we worked in over 30 schools to deal with violence and bullying. Today, the teams are, I must congratulate and compliment them. They've been out in schools, 25 schools, and so we will continue to work. So for me, it is not picking out communities. For me, it is consistent, ongoing work, community by community, until we get to where we need to go. But again, I must reiterate, Mr. Chair, that we need everybody on board this. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Ms. Halley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mrs. Chair, a simple question to the Minister. What should one expect when they call the 914 number? Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think you would have an answer based on what your question is. I mean, that'd be the simple, somebody to answer the phone and an answer to whatever you're asking. So unless the person can say what the question is. Okay, so if somebody's calling, thank you, Mr. Chair. So if somebody's calling that there is an attack, a domestic violence issue, and they pick up the phone and call 914, what should they expect from the person who is answering that call?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. All the officers who are manning the 914 hotline, Mr. Chair, all the 914 officers have been trained with assistance from the United Nations Population Fund, and you have to ask the particulars of the incident. Where is it? Who is it? And what is happening? If it's an active situation and a person is in peril, like my colleague just said, the police is called. And the police is called in such a way that we don't call the junior police at the station. We call the commander of the station. This has been a tried and tested route because we want to make sure that we hold the commander accountable. And so once the commander is called, the police, they're expected to turn up. Let's say it is a case where the person needs to be removed. We put that mechanism in place. We don't necessarily need a person to give their name or any identifying details. We may ask if the person wants to, in case we go to the location or the police has to go and we can't find the location. We might at least ask for a number to get that kind of information. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Ms. Halley?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I know, Mr. Chair, people seem to think that it is funny, but it's a very serious question because a lot of people are dealing with this matter day in and day out in their homes and in their communities. And Mr. Chair, the reason that I stood to ask this question is because I had to deal with a scenario of this manner. And I called 914, and what I got from the person at the other end was that I have to find a way to call the police. They asked me what is the issue. They told me I need to call the police myself. I called Breakdown. Breakdown had no police to send. I called the station closest to me. They had no officer. They had no vehicle. And so for hours, I had to listen to somebody being beaten because nobody was there to deal with them. I'm not trying to make a joke. It's not a trivial matter. And so what it is I would like to suggest is that even though you were saying these systems are in place, a lot of people, when it is that they call 914, what they get is you have to call the police yourself. I am not making a joke of it, and I'm not trying to make a joke of it, but it's something that has to be remedied.
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chair, these officers have been trained, and I think it's unfair to say that to them. I myself make random calls to 914 to test the system, and I've been doing that since it started. In the first year and a half when it started, the final call was to me. If at that time when we initially started the hotline, it was not going the way it was intended, I was the final call, so then I would have to call the police myself. I would have to wake up my cabinet colleague or the commissioner of police myself. That was how we got to where we are now. And I want to say that we must treat this seriously, and if we make light of this,
Let's hear the minister, please.
I'm sorry?
Go ahead.
If we make light of this, we are telling people not to have confidence in something that can help them. Mr. Speaker, this is exactly what I am very, very disturbed about, because when we start to make these kinds of comments and assertions, this is how people get help, by calling a hotline. So, Mr. Speaker, I think I have no problems with recommendations, and I take the members' recommendations seriously, but I am very, very hopeful that it is a genuine one, because if there is an issue, I am the first one to try and reach out and ensure that issue is resolved. But we must encourage people to use this reporting mechanism because it has helped a lot of people.
Thank you, Minister. The Honorable Member, Natasha Singh Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I want to join the minister in saying this is not an issue that we should politicize.
But it's not a statement. Do you have a question for
I
the
have
minister?
a question, sir.
Yes, please.
If a woman calls that is being abused in that moment, and the 914 person that answers says, call the police, and that was done with no response from the police, what then should happen?
Thank you. Very good.
Mr. Chair, the woman would not have to call the police because the 914 operator would call the police.
Honorable Member, Ms. Lawrence.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Honorable Minister, may I turn your attention to Volume 2, page 165, your indicators. And I'm looking at number 5, number of elderly residential facilities meeting minimum operating standards. You had 0 in 2024, and you said you were targeting 1 in 2025. I'm asking, my question here is whether there were visits to these facilities and whether it was across the country and you had 100%.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm advised as visits were conducted to all the facilities, a report is being compiled, and a lot of the issues revolve around infrastructure, and the intention is to get all up to the minimum standards. And as you know, Madam MP, we do have the visiting committees, and so we will continue to have those things. But also in-house, there is a process of visiting and assessing all of the homes with the intention of getting them to where they need to be. That is in alignment with the minimum standards.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank
The Honorable
I
Member,
continue,
Mr. Henry.
Mr. Chair? Follow.
Thank you,
Okay.
Mr. Speaker. Just a question and perhaps a recommendation. Have you, in your wonderful rollout program, say follow up, sorry, have you have you in your lovely, wonderful rollout program been using indigenous language for communication purposes? If not, please, I would beg that you do so. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm very glad the member raised it. It's something we've been working on. It's not 100% where we want to be, but the ECD program, we have done that. The CTIP program, we have done that. And we have started to do it somewhat under the domestic violence program as well. It is very difficult to get all of the languages, but we are making every effort to do it. So thank you.
Honorable Member, Ms. Lawrence.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Madam Minister, I turn your attention to number 10 of your indicator on the same 165. And it indicates here that there will be an increase in terms of persons in these indigent residential facilities. If I look at page 470 and 471, you have at least four of these homes listed here, and the subsidies at the back. And they all are receiving the same amount of monies, 100,000 to three of them, and the Dharamshala receiving $2 million. My question to you is, given the high cost of living and the inability of many of these persons to pay the requisite fees to upkeep these facilities and to ensure that they have a balanced meal, etc., whether the ministry is doing anything outside of these allocations to assist these homes. Because there was a call last December by the management of Dharamshala for assistance. And I know Archer Homes and Briar Home and so the same thing.
Honorable Minister.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. The $2 million given to the Dharamshala was a direct commitment from His Excellency the President, and so that is why that one is there like that. We've also been trying to assist. We assisted Uncle Eddie's home when they had some infrastructural issues, and we try from time to time to assist as best as we can. But it is something that we are looking at, and when we look at aging in general and the care economy, it is something, and the care system more so, it is something that we will definitely consider and we have been looking at. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Ms. St. Louis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, the number of reported cases for domestic violence in 2024 is 1,863. Could the Honorable Minister tell us how many of those cases were prosecuted?
Minister.
Mr. Chair, I will not be able to give all of that information. I would happily lay that over or present that later, but I will say this. Prosecution is dependent and has been dependent on the person who experiences violence wanting to do that. What we have instituted through the ministry, in addition to the heavily subsidized or the subvention we have been giving to NGOs like Legal Aid, we have started the Legal Pro Bono Initiative. It is 3 years old. We actually have a unit now at the ministry that allows partnership, and this is an MOU we signed with the Guyana Bar Association to provide legal advice and support to any person experiencing violence, and we have been able to do that for thousands of women. And so the intention with the Family Violence Act education and all that we are doing is to encourage more persons to go all the way to prosecution. In fact, the Hope and Justice Centers That would have been a collaboration between the Ministries of Human Services and Legal Affairs. It's a very robust collaboration. In those Hope and Justice Centers, one in Region 3, one in Region 4, we have attorneys placed there at all times to ensure that persons have access to legal recourse. And so this is the kind of thing that we have to keep strengthening so that we increase the rate of prosecution.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member?
Thank you, Mr.
Singh-Lewis.
Chair. Mr. Chair, there are a number of reported cases for trafficking in persons. I think it's stated as 34. How many of these cases were prosecuted in 2024?
Minister?
Mr. Speaker, I know that the numbers of cases that would have been prosecuted are increasing. In fact, that's one of the ways we would have kept our Tier 1 ranking. It started with 3 about 2 years ago, and it's been increasing, not as fast as I would like to see it increase, but it is growing. And also the whole process of restitution is one that has been increasing as well.
Honorable Member Singh-Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, 6292. I would like if the minister can tell us which of the agency under social services will benefit, and if it's more than one, if she can disaggregate.
Minister?
Thank you. Yes, I can tell you the homes that will benefit are the Palms, the Mahaika Hospital, the Night Shelter, the Hugo Chavez Rehab and Reintegration Center. Our DV shelters, you will appreciate why I will not say where they are for all the obvious reasons. Our tip shelters, and the same thing I will tell you, but I will say to you, I can give you the cost for what I wouldn't say where they are. I can tell you the Palms will get 57,232,000. The Mahaika Hospital will get 7,387,600. And then you will have Night Shelter getting 41,756,000. And the Night Shelter will for the first time have its own kitchen to prepare meals for those residents who are there. And the Hugo Chavez Rehab Center will get 36,500,000. Our shelters will all get 1.8 plus million dollars. And the tip shelters will range between 2.9 to 1.4 million plus dollars each.
Thank you, Minister.
A follow-up
Member
question
Singh-Lewis.
from a chair. Could the minister, I understand that you can't say where, but can you tell us how many shelters for domestic violence and how many shelters do you have for trafficking in persons and which regions they're in?
Minister?
So I can tell you how many, but I can't tell you anything else for, again, all the obvious reasons. And so we have 4 DV shelters, 3 tip shelters, and that has been an increase from what I came in and met. We have done new shelters as well, and we have rehabbed the other shelters.
Thank you, Minister.
Mr. Chair?
Member?
6311, rates and taxes. Honorable Minister, I actually have a complaint, so I need to ask you a question under that. Rates and taxes. I was made to understand that the Social Services Office in New Amsterdam, they have not paid their rates and taxes from since 2020. And so I am asking if there is any provision under this sum to pay that.
Minister?
Mr. Chair, the building is shared, and the building, I will just say that the building is shared and we should be moving to a new building in New Amsterdam.
Member Singh-Lewis?
Mr. Chair, thank you.
St. Louis member.
I can hardly hear myself, Mr. Speaker. Sir, 6302. How many departments under social services will benefit and how much is allocated to each agency? This is training, I believe.
Thank you. All the departments will benefit, and there are 11 such departments. And there are a number of key areas we want to spend on training, notably management training and leadership training for all the heads of departments, fire and safety training at all the shelters. We would also like to work on increasing capability and capacity among our key personnel, notably probation, family and welfare services, orientation and training of new officers, focus group sessions for young people, basic and advanced counseling, basics of crisis management, coaching and supervisory management, therapeutic approaches in dealing with trauma, youth and family violence, aggressive replacement therapy, STEM, BLES, mental health and suicide awareness, positive youth development, and trauma and informed care. In fact, one of the things we are planning to do, especially for our staff members across the ministry, is to utilize the Coursera platform, which has been utilized by the Ministry of Human Services since 2021 to ensure that they have access to core developmental courses as part of our overall capacity building for all the staff of the Ministry of Human Services. We are also focused on training our LBGs through the Social Security Unit. At Guyana Women's Leadership Institute, we are doing a series of programs, and the thing about it, we are training persons in 113 courses, and that is key. Mr. Speaker, we are adding a number of courses that are diverse, and one of the things I want to say is that we don't only offer training for the WIN program, we offer training for the Empower program, which is focused on men. So they have the same access to the programs that the women have. So it's both in-person and online training that all these persons will benefit from. The Palms Geriatric Facility will have special training in body mechanics refresher courses. And one of the key things which we do have to report on is the area of gender mainstreaming. So there's a series of courses that would happen, gender and development training and capacity building for regional and local leaders, community-based groups, training the inter-ministry committee, training for the gender focal points, training for senior public officers, media operators, policymakers in contemporary gender relations in Guyana, sensitization session, I was asked, with members of the Guyana Police Force and the community policing groups of Guyana, gender responsive budgeting, we've started already to do some training in that, women in leadership and governance, staff development, shared roles training, grassroots men's forum, training and awareness sessions will continue for barbers, DJs, taxi drivers, bartenders, sports personalities. And if we turn our attention to the Hugo Chavez Center for Rehab and Reintegration, we are offering training that will benefit the staff so that they can deal with things like substance abuse, anger management, mental health awareness, self-esteem, and empowerment workshops. We're also working significantly with persons who are living with disabilities. As you know, the Learning Lab was opened by this government, the first one in the country, and that focuses on all-round training for persons living with disabilities. So we are offering training opportunities to the persons who give the training, as well as the persons who are receiving the training, training in adult literacy and numeracy, basic computer skills, garment construction, social media marketing, JAWS for the visually impaired, video and audio editing, sign language for public servants, and many more. Over 15 courses we are offering. For the night shelter, there are lots of persons there who would have experienced addiction, and because of the tremendous work that is happening at the night shelter, we're also focusing on ensuring not only the persons who give the training at the night shelter or the persons who are responsible for the night shelter have, but also that those persons who are resident at the night shelter can benefit from training offered by the government of Guyana through BIT, WIN, and all the programs. So, programs include substance abuse, HIV and AIDS, empowerment, conflict resolution, record keeping, fire drill, keeping law and order workshop. And then we move to human trafficking and prevention services. So we're doing anti-tip training for CID officers, police inspectors, surgeons, traffic ranks, pretty much the police force, foreign affairs officer, NAP secretariat, local government authorities, food and drug inspectors, private sector, nurses, teachers, magistrates, medical practitioners, miners and loggers, media personnel, civil society, prosecutors, forestry officers, transport officers, labor, occupational health and safety officers, GDF officers, Geology and Mines Commission officers, Custom and Law Enforcement officers, translators, remigrants, fire officers. Getting the gist? And the last, okay, I'm glad. And the last category is the Sexual Offenses and Domestic Violence Unit. And this will involve a number of training programs, including that for social workers, community workers, tushaus, village counselors, parents, teachers association, survivors, advocates, and the list goes on and on.
Honorable Member St. Louis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to believe that you're training the whole of Guyana. But, Minister, we've read the 2023 Auditor General report, and I want to ask a specific question. Does the ministry have a monitoring and evaluation unit that will be able to monitor this so that we can have value for money?
Minister.
Mr. Chair, I inherited a ministry that didn't have anything to monitor anything. So one of the first things I decided to do under the IDB project is to set up a monitoring and evaluation unit and a research unit. And so that will materialize this year as the IDB project comes to a conclusion on various aspects. I think it is important to have internal monitoring and evaluation, and that is why there has been that direction that we have taken to ensure that an M&E unit is set up at the ministry.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable members, I now put the question that the sum stated for Program 392, Social Services Current Expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, pages 192 and 193. And I propose the question that the sum stated for Program 393, Current Expenditure, stands part of the estimates. The Honorable Member, Natasha St. Louis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I just have one question, perhaps a follow-up after. The number of cases of child abuse reported in 2024 is 4,032, and the target for 2025 is 4,000. Could the minister tell us what are the systems in place to help to eradicate child abuse in Guyana?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Child abuse has been something that has existed for many years, and there would have been thousands of cases of child abuse that would have existed prior to this. And why we have deliberately put less. No one can predict cases of child abuse. I would like to think one day in our country we will wake up and there will be no cases of child abuse, but it exists. And so the systems are in place for it. First of all, there's a hotline. The Child Care and Protection Agency has its own hotline, and there's also the 914 hotline to report cases. Then we are developing a rapid response team from the Child Care and Protection Agency so that when reports come in, that they can be that kind of response where children can be, as they should be, in accordance with the legislation, at the forefront of our efforts so that their safety and security are paramount. And so that rapid response team will also lead into what is necessary in many cases that exist when you have child abuse. And so that leads us to the forensic interviewing of a child. That is an essential part of dealing and responding to matters of child abuse. And so we have increased the number of child advocacy centers. This is a partnership with ChildLink and Blossom, and this partnership is heavily subsidized by the government with over $140 million at least between the two agencies. So in addition to what happens there with the forensic interviews, we are also opening our own forensic interview unit, and that will be based in Region 3. It's the first time for our country, and so this is part of the IDB project as well. And so we are working on training our own staff to develop them to be able to do the forensic interview. We have sent the first batch off to India to have an introduction to it. We'll be following up on that. But a part of what we do also involves the aftermath of trauma. So we have to deal with post-trauma counseling. And so there will be more efforts to develop that, because in addition to what is done with the collaboration, more needs to be done, because you cannot only do 1 or 2 sessions. You have to do a series of sessions to get that child anywhere that they need to be, and it needs to be continuous. So much effort will be placed on that. And also, awareness is key. So like I said about gender-based violence, domestic violence, family violence, it is important that everyone joins the effort to promote the hotlines, the reporting structure, so that people are aware, down to children are aware, that they can report matters of child abuse. And if we look at how they can, aside from the hotlines, they should be able to tell a responsible adult. And we are going to be working, as we are working in the schools currently, as I mentioned, to educate children on how they can report, how they can get support, and how they can actually gain help from us. We have our children's homes. We have a children's visiting committee that will also work with the homes outside the state care homes. That has been happening. We are working to ensure that these homes are in line with the minimum standards. So that is also another way in which we are dealing with it. So, Mr. Chair, the strategy is a multi-pronged approach. We have the multimedia awareness effort that not only allows us to focus on using the medium of radio, television, social media, and all of those things, but we also go into communities directly, and we work with the children, their parents. There's the Every Child Safe program, which is an overarching program of the Child Care and Protection Agency. So we're working with children and parents. So we have a parenting program, which is a significant component of the Every Child Safe program, because you can't only focus on the children, you have to focus on the parents and the caregivers. So there is a manual that has been developed, a workbook that has been developed, and the training for now will be done in person, because I believe that personal connect is important to really eradicate it. We also have the Family Enhancement Services section that will work with children a little older than the Child Care and Protection Agency to curb the issue of child abuse.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable members, our time has been exhausted for this agency, and I would now put the remaining programs. I now put the question that the sum stated for program 393 current 391 capital, 392 capital, 393 capital, that these sums now stand part of the estimate. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. These sums now stand part of the estimates. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister and your staff, for taking us through your agency. Let us invite the Honorable Minister of Housing and Water, Colin Crow, the Honorable Member, to take their place. And I invite you to turn to pages 226 and 227. Honorable members, I now propose the question that the sum stated for Agency 45, Ministry of Housing and Water, Program 451, current expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Honorable Member, Ms. Annette Ferguson.
Yeah, come in there, sir. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. May I say good night to all in the House.
Good evening.
Yes, something. Mr. Chair, can I turn our attention to line item 6223, office materials and supplies. Mr. Chair, through you to the honorable member, I've noted an increase from 2024 to from 2.6 million to 3.3 million. Can the honorable member say what has occasioned the increase and who are likely to benefit from this allocation? Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, what the honorable member didn't state is that the original budget on 2024 was actually 3.3. Nevertheless, what it's used for: raincoats, windbreakers, long boots, safety boots, life jackets, torchlights, umbrellas. Oh, you want, so let me retract. I go back. 6223, sorry. Let's go. Ink and toners, papers, file folders, stamp pad inks, rulers, staple machines, permanent markers, paper clips, push pins, and I could provide a breakdown. The users would be all the persons who fall under Program 1, and if you look at the staffing details, and that will also include the 2 ministers, permanent secretary, the secretariats, and the staff under the Program 1.
Thank you, Minister. Member Ferguson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, if we're to look at page 198 in volume 2 of the estimates, and I notice on the indicators, indicator 1, number of sector policies being implemented and positively monitored or effectively monitored. I note, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chair, sorry, in 2024, we had one. And I note for in 2025, the ministry is now catering for two. So can the honorable member explain the reason for the increase or the additional?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, that's correct too. One is to complete the housing policy, and that is, we are at the stage now of the terms of reference for the consultancy. And the second is in relation to the water sector. And so that is for the policy, and we're currently finalizing that.
Member Ferguson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Minister. Mr. Chair, through you to the honorable member. If we look at indicator 3, number of staff trained in key technical areas. I note for 2024, you would have trained 20 persons. And in 2025, you have estimated here to train some 15 persons. We would recall that during your budget speech and even at press conferences, you're boasting about the number of houses and number of roads and to be built and all kind of thing. So can you explain, with such a vast work program, why train only 15 and not more than what you trained last year? Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, I'm very proud that I have a very good, close follower and a keen fan, and that's very good. Honorable member, the agencies for their training, they take care in terms of their expenses and their training that is conducted for their staff, and that's recorded there. This caters for the Ministry of Housing central staff.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Minister. But I'm looking at policy development and administration. So this will come under the Ministry of Housing. Am I not correct, sir? So I'm asking you, last year you trained 20 technical staff. This year you intend to train 15 technical staff. Can you say exactly where in the Ministry of Housing these technical staff are located, and also why only train 15 and not more based on your work program for 2025?
There are first of all 3 main secretariats for the Ministry of Housing and Water, and that is for the 2 ministers, and you have the permanent secretary who has the administrative and accountability responsibility, and therefore he would too have a number of staff under his purview, and those are within those brackets, these 15 staff.
Member Ferguson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much to the Minister. So can you list the positions where these technical staff are assigned in, that are expected to be trained in 2025?
Can you refer to line item, because it'll be, Mr. Chairman, through you. When you go to the respective programs and we deal with staffing, it would be better to highlight the relevant staff.
Remember, line item. Minister, if you choose to sit, just pull the microphone closer to you. Good.
Mr. Speaker, Chairman, sorry. For clarification, I'm referring to what is contained in volume 2 of the estimate,
The
page 198.
outlining the overall policy.
The indicators.
Go
So
ahead, Minister.
my question still remain.
Yeah.
Sure. Mr. Chairman, before I answer, here we are, we have billions of dollars before us that the nation would love to know how it's being spent. And I would love to bring out and deliver to the nation the programs that we are advocating for 2025 than to be bogged down in terms of training program for a few staff. But let's go. We have, for example, Mr. Chairman, you have training in procurement, risk management, supervisory management, HR management, customer service, computer studies. These are the training areas that we're catering for.
Thank you very much, Mr. Minister. Mr. Chair, I have no further question for this program, so we can move to the next program. Thank you.
Honourable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for Agency 45, Program 451, current expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Please turn to pages 228 and 229. And I propose the question that the sum stated for Program 452, current expenditure, stands part of the estimates. The Honourable Member, Ms. Ferguson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, volume 2 of the estimate, and I'm looking at page 199. Housing development. And my questions will be premised on the indicators, a few of the indicators listed here. Mr. Chair, to the Honourable Member, number 15 of the indicators, number of lots of allocated. In 2024, the ministry has recorded some 10,389 lots were distributed on the in total, given a breakdown that 10,184 was done on the coast, while 205 were allocated in the hinterland. But Mr. Chairman, if you're to go to I recall reading a press statement, press statement by the ministry, quoted as saying that they would have issued 10,791 lots in 2024, right? So in 2024, based on this information regarding the indicators, you have a total of 10,389. So, Mr. Chair, perhaps the Honourable Member can say to the nation what happened to the difference between the 10,389 and the 10,791 that they boastfully announced to this nation.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, in 2020, allocated was 2,759 in total. In 2021, 6,989 in total. In 2022, 10,695 in total. 2023, 9,056 in total. 2024, 10,797 in total. Already in this year, this month of just completed January, 512. Total to date, 40,808.
Mr. Chair.
And these are these lots that I've just listed, Mr. Chairman, are residential lots.
Mr.
Member
Chair,
Ferguson.
thank you very much for acknowledging me, Mr. Chair. Something is definitely wrong because it is recorded publicly that 10,791 lots were distributed in the year 2024. Now the minister is saying to this committee that for 2024, 10,797 lots were distributed. I didn't ask you how many lots were distributed in the month of January, but based
Mr.
on
Chairman,
the indicators, Mr. Speaker, Mr.
This
Chair,
is quite
it is
alarming.
Honorable Minister, let me hear her out.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
So-
Mr. Chair,
May I respond, Mr. Chairman?
Minister, just 1 second.
Mr. Chair, I am working with what is contained in Budget 2025, Volume 2 of the budget estimate. This is not Ferguson making up numbers here. The number of house lots allocated in 2024, 10,389 in total, with a disaggregated sum for 10,184 for coast and 205 for hinterland. And if
Okay.
you add 10,184 and the 205, it will give you 10,389. So I'm simply asking you, honorable member, I don't understand where the difference.
What is the correct figure?
Between
Allow him to answer.
10,389
You're
and
getting that from pages.
10,979. sir.
Those numbers you're quoting from which pages of which document? Volume 2. Minister?
Yeah, so, Mr. Chairman, the big wow factor, in a total of 40,808, this is a big wow factor. Just imagine that. But the reality is, Mr. Chairman, even if you do reconciliation, because you're allocating every day, if you're doing reconciliation at the end, because there's a period of time you have to submit data for the budget preparation, and if I am here giving the final figure of what the year total was, then I don't see what's a big alarm and wow factor.
Member Ferguson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll move on. Mr. Chair, I note for the target, the very indicator number 15, number of lots to be allocated, 10,000. So can the honorable member state where exactly these lots are likely to be allocated, in which region?
Honorable Minister?
So again, Mr. Chairman, at the time of the initial submission, as in keeping with our manifesto commitment, we have 10,000 remaining. But we can do more, and we are going to do more, and we will triple this by we will do this by 300%. So as a result, Mr. Chairman, we have been able to move beyond the 10,000 and in our engagement with the various regions to be able to come up with our target that we intended. And that is why the Minister of Finance, in his speech, could have announced that we will be allocating a minimum of 25,000 lots. Now, to answer the other part of the question, it will be in all regions, including Region 1, in both Mabruma and Port Kaituma, in Region 2, Region 3, Region 4 on the east coast of Demerara, Region 5, Region 6, Region 7, Region 8, Region 9, and Region 10. So in summary, all 10 regions.
Thank you, Minister. Member Ferguson?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, on the very line item. Mr. Chair, during the course of the day, I guess the entire nation saw a publication carried by Demerara Waves as it relates to a private developer who was able to amass 12.
Is that contained in this line item?
Yes, sir. Yes. 12.5 acres of land in Lethem and 5 acres of prime land on the Heroes Highway. My question to the honorable member, since you have 10,000 house lots to issued for 2025, right? 10,000 house lots to issue in 2025. Can you say from that 10,000 that ordinary Guyanese would be able to benefit from allocation of lands along the Hero Highway?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. When I look at the new areas predecessing my period and in our early tenure, if you go left and right, I see ordinary Guyanese living along the left and the right side of the Heroes Highway. So I'm not sure what is the question. The areas to be allocated in Region 4 are going to be on the east coast of Demerara.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member Ferguson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, the very line item. And in response to what the honorable member just stated, the indicator number 15. Number 15. Mr. Chair, the honorable member stated earlier that when one travels along the Hero Highway or the Heroes Highway, you've seen a lot of buildings, houses. I don't know what he is seeing from what I am seeing. So can the honorable member say to this National Assembly, from since 2020 to 2024, how many applications on file were applicants able to benefit from house lots along the Heroes Highway?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, before I must ask, what does the honorable member mean along the highway? Could I get a clarity? What do you mean along the highway? Because I don't see any encumbrance along the highway.
Member Ferguson.
Thank you very much,
Adjacent to the highway, one
Mr.
street
Chair.
in.
Mr. Chair, let me be specific. From the first roundabout, that is the Eagles roundabout, to the second roundabout, that is the Jaguar.
Antigua.
And I'm speaking about lands on the eastern and western corridors of the Heroes Highway. You have, let me be specific, you have Sheriff now putting up a new international mall. You have Sheraton. You have other, I think, Blue Waters. So I'm asking a question, the question, Mr. Chair, to the honorable member. With the 10,000 lots you intend to give out to, for 2025, whether consideration will be given to those applicants to acquire or to be allocated lands along that corridor?
Minister, I think you are very pellucid, but you'll get a chance to answer again. And I just want to repeat my understanding of the two questions. First, the question that you answered was these allocations are now along East Coast, right? And secondly, what the member is asking is if persons could access lands, and you ask the question what you mean by along the Eastern Highway. Maybe we may have to take a drive and see if there are residential properties on both sides. Your turn, Minister.
Mr. Chairman, when I drive the highway, immediate of both highways. I see reserves on both sides. And when you move beyond the reserves, then I see activities at different areas. So if you're driving from Mandela, I look on the left, I see houses from south. And then you enter Houston, on the left I see development, and then I see the Ministry of Housing and GWI. Then I see private lands that are not owned by the state. On the right-hand side, similar, beyond the reserve. So if you move beyond Eccles, similar. So I'm not sure, the honorable member may have to come back with a graph to say how far is beyond, or picture.
Member Ferguson.
Yeah. Mr. Chair, I have no further questions for this
Honorable members, I
particular
now put the
program. Let us
question
move
that the
on.
sum stated for program 452 housing development current expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, let us turn to pages 230 and 231. And I propose the question that the sum stated for program 453 current expenditure stands part of the estimates. Member Ferguson.
Mr. Chair, I have no further questions for this
Honorable
particular
members,
line
I
item.
now put the question that the sum stated for program 453 current expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, please turn to page 513. And I propose the question that the sum stated for program 51451 capital expenditure stands part of the estimates. Member Ferguson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, through you to the honorable member. Furniture and equipment. Project code 250-7000. Furniture and equipment. I note the ministry is requesting $4 million provision for furniture and equipment. Can the honorable member provide a disaggregation of the items that will be procured and where these items will be assigned?
Thank
Minister.
you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. 3 executive chairs, 1 for the PS, 1 each for the ministers, 1 small refrigerator, the permanent secretary, secretariat, 3 battery backups, 1 each for the 3 secretariats, 3 filing cabinets, 1 each for the 3 secretariats, 2 desktop computers, 2 for the permanent secretary office, secretariat, 2 laptops for the 2 ministers' secretariat, 4 waiting chairs, and 2 digital cameras. Neutral color chairs.
Honorable members, I know. Honorable member, Ms. Lawrence.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I refer to line item 2802600, urban sewage and water. We have a, oh, you put this as there? I thought it was, sorry.
Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for program 451 capital expenditure now stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Program 452, capital expenditure. And I propose the question that the sum stated herein stands part of the estimates. The honorable member is Ferguson. Honorable members, I now put Honorable Member Mr. Mahipal.
Thank you, sir. Sir, project code 1903-100, provision for highways, building infrastructure work, and payment of retention, a sum of 101,813,640,000. Sir, this sum of money will see several roads being constructed in these communities that are under the Ministry of Housing and Water, along with other roads, bridges, and so on, water distribution as detailed in 199 of the volume 3. What I've noticed is that several of these roads that are being constructed, they are not constructed to cater for two vehicles that can pass side by side. And in the community of Horstelling and Farm, several residents have complained about that. And neither are there any consideration for walkways to cater for. Is there any consideration by the minister for them to improve on the way they are constructing these roads so that it can accommodate two vehicles side by side, vehicles as big as SUVs, and also walkways, so that residents in these communities can get to exercise in the corn and walk and so on, sir?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, for community roads, because there are two main agencies that are involved in community roads. You have from Housing and you have from Ministry of Public Works. But generally for upgrades, where you have existing roads, and you have to be cognizant of the width that you have to play with. But for the roads that we are constructing for the community, it varies, but not less than 18 feet width.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member Lawrence.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Line item 1903-100. Honorable Minister, I'm looking at the legend here, and it states provision for building, roads, and highways. Could you kindly indicate here the disaggregation in terms of what is the amount allocated for the building, the roads, and the highways, and how many highways we're talking about and where, and what will be the cost of each? Thank you.
Sure, Minister. Thank you. So, honorable member, it'd be useful to give what the 101 million is for, and then we can go disaggregate. No, so for example, it caters for rollover projects. Then you have for new infrastructure works for housing schemes, the installation of infrastructure in for regularized areas, land acquisition, these are for new lands that have been acquired, the utilities, the infrastructure, because electricity, water is part of what we do in the schemes, and then upgrades in existing areas. So that's the breakdown for this allocation. So if you turn to one aspect, for example, for rollover projects, one will have a number of activities that, for example, that have started and they are now continuing. So for example, and if I can give you a few. So you have, for example, we've just completed the Schooner to Crane, as well as the Meerzorgen to Crane. That, while that project is complete, this year it caters for the retention to be paid. Similarly, we have the Great Diamond. The Great Diamond, Eccles to Diamond, first of all, the retention to be paid. Then thirdly, we have The Diamond to Craig, that is ongoing, and that will be completed or expected to be open for access by April the latest. We also have catered here to, it's not just highways, buildings would be the office building, or building that is ongoing that the Honorable Member Ferguson has been admiring. And I can go on, because I can, if you want, I can list a number of projects and the lots. So if you would like, I can go into them. Just tell me.
Mr. Chair, through you, all I asked for was the in terms of the cost from this sum here, the 101 million, in terms of the activities you have at number 2 in the description of the project.
Minister.
Sure. So we have the schooner to crane, catered for here is $3 billion final payment. The Meersargen to Schoonard, $1 billion and 12 million, the final payment. The main bypass highway and connectors from Great Diamond to Craig, another $1 billion to be paid here for final payment and retention. The Eccles to Diamond retention. The 4-lane from Great Diamond, 97 million. The road widening works, enhancement works that were done around Massey Road, Windsor Road, and Greenfield Road. The final payment and retention to be paid, $1 billion and 89 million. The 4-lane nearby here at Liliendal, $510 million to be paid. The 4-lane approach for the new Demerara River Harbor Bridge, $5,359 million will be paid, is expected to be paid this year on those activities on that road. And then in the building aspect, we have the ministry's head office, phase 2, $914 million to be paid this year, and a retention on the phase 1 of $197 million.
Thank you, Minister.
Those will be the highways. And
Thank you.
Honorable Member, Ms. Lawrence. Honorable Member, Ms. Ferguson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, looking at the indicators in volume 2 of the estimates on page 198, I recognize that the ministry intends to construct 1,000 houses. But I heard him provided not so long ago a disaggregation of the $101 billion. So can I ask the honorable member, with the construction of these 1,000 houses, where the monies will be coming from? Whether it's from budget 2025, we're in the budget of 2025.
Minister, we're in the budget.
so, Honorable Member, as a former minister, you will recall there are two aspects for a housing program. The infrastructure, and it's a hybrid, so the infrastructure work is done through capital funds, and the construction of the houses, that pays for itself through the beneficiaries.
Thank you, Minister. Member Ferguson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I thank the honorable member for his response. But Mr. Chair, what I would like to bring to the honorable member attention is the number of unoccupied houses in housing schemes. And we know for a fact that many Guyanese are still waiting for a house lot to construct a house, or in some cases, to be given one of those units constructed by the ministry. As it is right now, the number of houses built in Diamond, Little Diamond, I know for a fact that Venezuelans are living there free of cost. And though we know that many Guyanese are still waiting, thousands of Guyanese are still waiting, we have houses unoccupied, overgrown with bushes. What is the ministry doing to address this problem? Or what is causing persons not to take up the houses?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. First of all, I would like the honorable member to withdraw the statement of us making on our housing program to Venezuelans. First of all.
So, Honorable Minister, Member Ferguson, Minister, is stating categorically, and he is the authority, that there is no house lot allocated to Venezuelans. And if you can't prove that, you'll have to withdraw.
Mr. Chairman, first of all, I never said that Venezuelans have been allocated lands. I said...
Nor houses.
I said, yes, I did say that Venezuelans are living in houses built by the Ministry of Housing. And I have the proof, sir, because I'm on the ground. And I had engagement with the people.
Okay, Minister, so you clarified my misstatement. You said living,
So,
not giving. Minister?
Mr. Chairman, all the houses upon completion, because we have a heavy demand, upon completion, through a process, if it's young professionals, even before the house is built, it is sent on the beneficiary bank for a pre-approval, because the release of the, I'll come to that, the release of the financing for the construction of the houses to the contractors, it's tied in with the banks. For the other model houses, that is done upfront through our housing funds, but the beneficiaries, once we assign the beneficiaries, they go to the bank, or if they're paying cash, so be it, or partial, and then that is done on a reimbursement basis. I nor anyone can scrutinize who partner or whom family that I bring in a house that has been done through a legal process and a legitimate process as to who else goes into that house. And that is why in my initial response, I alluded to the allocation process, because it's about the allocation process. And everyone, every time people come through the door, they're always in all kinds of scenarios. So once we have processed the ownership and they have a title, well, then I give the honorable member that task to continue to get that person out.
Thank you, Minister. Member Ferguson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, the minister hasn't addressed part of my question.
Which is?
Which is, many of the houses are unoccupied, certainly. And what is the ministry doing? What is the ministry doing to address this situation? Because we know for a fact that many of our people, a public servant who earns $86,000 cannot go to the bank and get a loan for $5 or $7 million on his or her own.
You stated the question that you said you didn't get an answer for, Minister.
Mr. Chairman, I challenge, in the second part, I'll come to the first one, but since the second one is fresh, I challenge the honorable member to say to the banks that somebody who's earning 80,000 cannot pre-qualify for a low-income house. That is not true. A person who is working on a part-time 40,000 can pre-qualify for a low-income house. And it is true, the government's mechanisms, prudent management, and the wisdom the banks have seen in terms of our housing program. That is why the low interest mortgage interest rate was reduced in most instances between 2 to 3%. In terms of the first aspect of occupancy, I've noticed the goalpost has shifted because we started off by saying that the houses are filled with Venezuelans, and now the goalpost has shifted to occupancy. But that's fine, I'll respond. Once we, at our record, at our level, we do not have houses that are complete, and I'll respond to that same color housing view, if the honorable speakers give me a chance. We do not have, once it's completed, we go through the process. After that, I can dictate to the beneficiary who they have in their house, because they receive their title. Now, a title is processed because that is used by the bank to be lodged as a collateral. In terms of very houses that you alluded to at Great Diamond, I would like to get back one of those. All those houses are occupied, all of them. And those houses are in prime locations, by the way, and that came about because of our program whereby we're building access roads, and in this case you have a highway that has been constructed. And we, in the People's Progressive Party civic government, are proud of our housing program, and we will continue to build more.
Member Ferguson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, may I share shortly with you? CHNPA and the contractor promised the house would turn over, and almost 28 months since cash payment, Kroll and Rodriguez sitting on their hands. And I have many
Honorable
concerns
member,
that I
the
can share.
question
So
is...
the question is, Mr. Speaker, why is it that when the contractors are building these houses to substandard work, Mr. Speaker, and the beneficiaries lodge their complaints to the ministry, why is it that the ministry is not addressing the people's concern?
Thank you. Minister, why isn't the ministry addressing concerns?
Mr. Chairman, the ministry has a project department. They have a team of staff that are assigned responsibility for the houses, and they all have defect liability period. And so once issues are identified, even before, because let me also make this point, before a house is handed over, an inspection is done by the bank and the beneficiary. But what the honorable member is mixing herself up with, because we have had some challenges.
Member Ferguson, you had a chance to ask the question. Allow the minister to give his answer.
What is also factual...
I guess Member Ferguson has completed her questions. You have
what is also factual, Mr. Chairman, we have had issues with some contractors. That's factual. And I won't sit here to say that we have not had challenges. And one of the major reasons has been because of our deliberate policy to ensure that the houses are not constructed at a profit-making basis, because they're kept to a minimum to allow affordability.
Member Lawrence.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Line item 1903900. Could the Honorable Minister indicate what the target is in terms of the construction of core homes for 2025? It's not in your indicators.
Thank
Minister?
you, Mr. Chairman.
Is it included in the estimates?
So, Mr. Chairman, the core home program, which is under the adequate housing urban accessibility program, for this year, we have 33 core homes to be constructed.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member Lawrence.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, the next item on this same line item, according to the project title and the description, is subsidies for home improvement. We know there was the allocation to the people in Lane Avenue who had documents. Which other housing scheme are you going to target in 2025, and what is your target?
Thank you, Honorable Member. So, let me outline the various areas we have some subsidies program. You have the Lane Avenue project as you identified. There's also the Lethem housing project, which those houses are being built to $3 million. $1 million is subsidized through the government and $2 million by the beneficiary. We have the Steel and Cement Initiative that was launched at Guyana Expo in 2022. And the Steel and Cement program continues and will continue. And so that is one aspect. And in terms of other areas that we have not identified, other areas, what we're targeting is programs that across the board rather than specific areas per se.
Just a follow-up, Mr.
Lawrence?
Chair. Minister, what are you going to do for those persons in the housing scheme, like those on Lane Avenue, that don't have documentation because it's just passed down from generation to generation? What are you going to do for them?
We have been, in fact, helping them because in some cases, you're correct, we have a few have not been able to benefit from the subsidy as a result of their inability to show ownership. We have been helping some of them to put their paperwork in order because one of which is whether it's letter of administration or if there are other challenges. And once we can also prove that that individual has been the one living there, etc., we have started to make exception. But the reality is that, we were supposed to show ownership.
And
Thank
just
you,
my
Minister.
last question on this, Mr. Chair.
Ms. Lawrence?
You said the cement initiative continues. I'm shocked at that because several persons have said to me that your staff have told them that this is finished, this initiative is closed. So I'm very happy that you're saying it, or is it only now specific to certain regions or areas? What is happening here?
No, it's not. No. It continues. There was an initial $600 million that was made available for this program, and we have not exhausted the resources, and so hence it continues. And it's not a region 4 alone, it's to various regions.
Honorable Member Ferguson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, continuing on that very line item, if I can take the minister to project file number 200 in volume 3. I note here you're seeking $1,637 million. And I know this is under the adequate housing and urban accessibility program. But in your description here, and I know the money is being made available through IDB or foreign funded. Good. So I note, based on the description of the project, you have here home improvement and construction of core homes to existing service lots. You list them between LBI and Diamond and Parfait Harmony.
Just the boundaries for the
I
project.
understand that. So because this is a continuation from what we left in 2020. So can you say how many persons are likely to benefit from this year's allocation in the various areas where the project is expected to unfold?
I actually answered that when the Honorable Walter Lawrence asked, and for both the subsidies and the core home program. 133 on the core home and 793 on the subsidies program.
Thank you very much. If I can turn, Mr. Chair, sorry, on the very line item. If you look at item 3 in the very description of the project, consolidation of existing housing schemes. So can you say which housing schemes will be benefiting from this allocation? And perhaps, as I'm on my feet, you can provide a disaggregation of those areas. Thank you.
Honourable Minister.
So, thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's a total of 17 kilometers of roads, 9 kilometers of drainage, 4 kilometers of sidewalks, street lights, all within the farm horse stalling area.
Yeah, but I asked for the cost, the cost associated with each area.
So the total program to be spent on in terms of those in the infrastructure aspect will be $880 million. And honorable member, we intend to complete the spending of this project, to bring closure to this project this year, by the end of this year.
Honourable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for program 513, capital expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Thank you very much, Honourable Minister and your team, for taking us through your agency.
No, Mr.
Thank
Chair.
you very much.
Mr. Chair, excuse me, you didn't put 453?
That's what I just put. 453.
No, but we didn't.
Honourable members, least we challenge. I again propose the question that the sum stated for program 453, water services expansion and management, capital expenditures, not the one we just dealt with, housing development. Sorry, Minister, I propose the question that the sum stated for program 453, water management, expansion and management. I propose the question that the sum stated herein stands part of the estimates. Honourable Member Lawrence.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Unfortunately, we only have 2 minutes remaining on this end.
So could I ask my question and Annette ask and the minister make one answer? Could I ask my one question?
Yes.
And Annette asks her one and then the minister answer both.
I'll take both submissions.
Thank you. Honorable Minister, I'm looking at line item 2802-100, hinterland water supply. The legend says that you're making provision for new wells and water supply systems. Could you kindly say where and how many wells and water supply systems are you budgeting for here?
Member Ferguson.
The very line item, Mr. Chair. I know for a fact, sir, that when the ministry came for a supplementary in, in August, a promise was made that the rusting of the water will be addressed by December of 2024. So can the minister indicate to the National Assembly and the people of Guyana what mechanisms are in place to ensure that the color of the water is properly addressed? Thank you.
Thank you, Member Ferguson. You're correct. I actually called 513, the page rather than the program, earlier when you interjected. Minister?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the hinterland program, for the new systems, well, you asked us well, so but I'll give you some information. For Region 9, at Awarinau, Shia, and Marinau, we'll be constructing elevated storage. Region 7, new water system for Philippi and Amokokupai. Region 7 again, expansion of the water systems in Batavia, Carao, Cartabo, Itabali, Dark Point, 72 miles, Caraburi, Lower Mazaroni. Region 7 again, expansion and upgrade of the water system in Camarang, Warwata, Jawala, and Waramadong. Region 7 again, here in Middlemaz, upgrade the water system in Kangaruma, Isunuru, and Tasirini. In Upper Mass now, expansion of the water systems in Purima, Kaikan, and Kako. Region 8, expansion and upgrade of the water system in Madhya. This will be Central Madhya. Region 8, continuing upgrade and expansion of water supply system in Chinapau. Similarly, in Keto, Kanapang, Paramakatay, Red Creek, Penak, Arsawa, Marwao. Then in Region 1, in-house drilling, so this will be done by GWI's rig. Wanaina Hill, Tobago, Thomas Hill, Barbinobo, and the Mabruma Central. So Cox, you should be good. Continuing, in-house drilling over the Maruka sub-region, Quebana, Karaburi, 3 miles, Huradayo, and that's at the junction, Aquero Junction, Santa Rosa Islands for Kabakali. Region 2, the in-house drilling at Wakapau, Akawini, Kabakaburi, Mainstay, Wayaka, and those are all tendered. Similarly, in Region 9, installation of new water system for Haiwa, St. Ignatius, Katuna Rip, Patarinau, Rupanau, Mariwau, Shulinab, Apateri, Arnaputa. That is there's a gap between Oasis and the Anai Junction, Quatamang, Karasabai, Achewib, Karadarnau, and Aishalton. Then drilling of water wells in Region 9. So despite, Honorable Member, I saw you said how many things you did in Region 9. Drilling of wells in Napi, Sawariwau, Anai, Crashwater, Fairview, Rewa, and Krakana. Expansion of the water system in same Region 9. Toka, Kurikak, Jawari, Wichibai, Chirikiarinau, and Toka. Well, I'd call Toka. So the other one will be Paraquari now. In Region 1, Honorable Cox, listen out. Drilling of wells at Madawarin, Walaba, Haimacabra. Drilling of and this for persons of Santa Rosa, the 200-meter water well at Comaka, Santa Rosa, and this is for the central Santa Rosa deep well. Similarly, construction of water supply systems in Bamboo Landing, Asakata, Three Brothers, Arukamouth, Sacred Heart, Barasaina, Blackwater, Baraima, and St. Dominic's. Construction of new water supply system at Morwana, Hobo Hill, Santa Cruz, Kinchi Creek, 5-star cluster, Unity Square, and Waikabri. Upgrade of the Barometer water supply system, similarly, and let me go. I'm not finished actually. Construction of water supply system at Arcaca. This will now complete Arcaca because as you enter the Arcaca area, this is a 1 to 3 miles area. Construction of water supply system at Canal Bank. Extension upgrades in Region 2 at Mashabo, Kapoi Sands. Upgrade of the Morocco water supply system, Region 5. And construction of new water supply system at Saxicali, Silver Hill, Barcara, Great Falls, and Moritaro. Provision, and this is something we're adding this year, Honorable Member, provision of rainwater harvesting systems in regions 1, 7, and 8, which will have with it both tanks and supply of zinc aspect. So,
thank you very much.
That's one part. The second,
go ahead.
So that's for the hinterland program. In terms of water and the quality of the water coming on here in the coastland. Mr. Chairman, we outlined a program as to how we will reach to what is considered a minimum of 90% of treated water on the coastland. And here I refer to from Charity to Molson Creek. Well, initially we had said Crabwood Creek, well, we now added Molson Creek. We started at 52% in 2020. At the end of 2024, which is a month ago, we ended at about 84%. Mr. Chairman, in addition to the 7 plants that have already been tendered, we have under the CDB program, we have for Honorable Maipol, just listen. We have a program, the Wakenham and Legwan Islands. So we'll also be constructed the treatment plant, each for those and well in Legwan. We already drilled the Wakenham Island. Similarly for Region 2, from Walton Hall to Charity, the treatment plant will be located at Mariah's Delight. You have the on the naming, we already came. I'm not sure what time I have. We already have the on the naming that is coming on stream and will be commissioned very shortly. So, and that's 3 so far. Then we have in Region 5, the treatment plant to be constructed at Bath. We'll cater for number 7 village to Kingley. And we're drilling 2 wells to supply the system. And the 5th major one will be for Borbis, Region 6. The treatment plant will be constructed at Venture. And this will cater for 10 to number 50 villages. And we will also be drilling a well to supply this treatment plant. Similarly, we have commissioned one of the 7 already on the East Bank, and another 5 will be commissioned before the end of this 4th quarter. So that will give you 6. We have the Hope Canal, Mr. Chairman, the Hope Canal project, and that has started, and that is referring to tapping into the freshwater source and to be harnessed and treated for treated water. Similarly, we have now started for the East Bank to tap into the conservancy.
We are now
okay, sure.
6 minutes.
So in summary, Mr. Chairman, in summary, by June of this year, close to 90% of the persons on the coastland will be receiving treated water.
Thank you very much.
When these 5 programs that I outlined are completed, then we will have the entire coastland receiving treated
members,
water.
I put a question that the sum stated for program 453. Capital expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister and your staff, for taking us through your agency. And let me invite the Honorable Minister of Education, Priya Manik Chan, and her staff to take us through Agency 40, Ministry of Education. And I invite you to turn to pages 198 and 199. Honorable Minister, are you ready?
Thank you, sir. Before the time begins, I think it's important on this good evening for the nation to know who's with us. So sitting directly to my right would be the program head of the particular program. Sitting to her right would be, or his right would be the expenditure management and EPMU, expenditure planning and management.
Is it a male sitting next to you?
Unit?
Sorry.
No. If it will be a male at some point, though. We believe in diversity. We also have the Chief Education Officer directly behind me, and right next to him, the Permanent Secretary and Accounting Officer. And as the program heads come in, I'll introduce them.
So we start the clock running at 10:47. Honorable members, I propose the question that the sum stated for Agency 40, Ministry of Education, Program 401, Policy Development Administration, current expenditure, stands part of the estimates. The Honorable Member, Ms. Coretta MacDonald.
True. Mr. Chairman, the first question for the minister is on the program 402, volume 1, 401, sorry.
Honorable Member, if you want, you can sit, pull the microphone closer so you might be able to see the book better.
But I'd be very happy, Mr. Chair, if there's no question for 401, that we put it and move on to 402.
We'd be happy to start with 401. 402, sorry. We'd be starting with 402.
So then put the question for 401 then, please, sir. You need to switch with Oma.
Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for program 401, Policy Development Administration, current expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those against say no. The ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Pages 200 and 201. And I propose the question that the sum stated for program 402, current expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Member Coretta MacDonald.
Mr. Chairman, 6284, other, under training and development, we've seen an increase there of $321 million. Could the minister explain to us why the huge leap and what does other entail?
Honorable Minister.
Yes, and if I could just ask the honorable member to, because we're having difficulty hearing, speak into the mic, but I heard the question, why is there an increase? This is to cater for some new programs that we're doing in the Ministry of Education. The honorable member may be aware that the Caribbean suffered a severe decline in the mathematics pass rate at the last CSEC exam. The CXC, which is the body that manages CSEC, has said publicly that they're going to put some measures in place to try to change that by using modules and some other features. Guyana will not wait until that is done in September 2026. So Guyana has taken its own measures as an intervention, and we are giving to every fourth and fifth former scientific calculators, geometry sets, past papers organized by topics. We are also producing lessons on the Guyana Learning Channel and going into schools and speaking to parents. But because one of the complaints in our research is that while we have some excellent teachers doing far more than we can expect them to do, or we would have expected them to do, we also have had complaints of teachers not teaching the syllabus, not finishing it, and not teaching it properly. So we have hired math monitors across the country to go into schools to make sure the syllabus is finished, to make sure teachers are teaching, to make sure their hands are held and they get on-the-spot training, all with a view to improving our pass rate at mathematics. But we're talking rates and percentage, all with a view to giving each and every child a better chance at thriving in this new Guyana. Sir, that's very different from 2016, when we had a 14% pass rate at NGSA, and by 2017, the only thing the APNU had done was announce that they were going to set up a COI to deal with that math failing grade. We, on the other hand, are trying to change the grade actively and proactively by producing more and giving students more. We're very happy to do that. We also are going to be launching very shortly a literacy movement across the country. That is to improve with an aim of making sure every single Guyanese child, regardless of where they live, is literate by the age of grade 4. That has been a beautiful program crafted and developed mostly by our ACO Literacy, Ms. Tambiso Grant, and a large team of mostly women that are diverse from across the country. We have literacy support officers, and we're paying them under this head also. I'd be happy to tell you more about the literacy program if you want to hear about that.
Member McDonald.
Mr. Chair, no other question on nursery, but we move to primary education on 404.
I have a question.
So, sir, we're obviously putting this question then.
Sir.
Move to.
Honorable Member, Mr. Mahipol.
Thank you, sir. Sir, I'm going to 6301. Training and Development, Surfwater College of Education stipends. I see that for 2024, no sum was spent, and we have a budgeted sum of 1,905,000. And sorry if I may reference last year, I did ask the question as to why the reduction, and the minister said that the reduction, and I quote, "The reduction is because we are no longer paying 12,000." Let me tell you how this is.
No, sir.
Minister, please allow him to finish and give me an opportunity to put the question to you. Are you finished, Mr. Mahipol?
No, sir, I'm quoting what the answer was. When your party was in office, you paid 12,000 to each teacher trained per month. What we are paying now is 104,000 to each teacher trainee per month. So they are being paid under this line, but I could tell you which one. It is under employment cost. So can the Honourable Minister say, why is it that we're still budgeting 1,905,000 under this line when it is no longer catering, as seen in the zero that is at 2024?
Yeah. Well, thank you for the
Minister.
Thank you for the question. This is not where so the answer remains the same, Honorable Mahipol. When we came into office in 2020, trainees were receiving just under $10,000 each. We have changed that completely, and we're paying every trainee teacher at CPC at least a salary of over $100,000. So this is the wrong line you're looking at, but I'm happy to tell you about this program. We have changed the number of teachers in our training program from 250 to 500 to 2,000. But this line here, sir, deals with payment and stipends to board members of the CPC board. It does not cater for the teachers. The teachers' salaries are catered for on the salaries. That's a very different line.
Okay,
Thank you,
sir, so
Minister.
a follow-up. Is the minister saying that in 2024, no payment to the board members of CPC was made?
In 2024, we didn't
Minister.
have for the entire year an active board.
Okay, thank you very much.
Honorable members, I now put Honorable Member Mr. Figuera.
Thank you, former chairman. The indicators, Honorable Minister, I've recognized several indicators speak specifically to training opportunities for teachers. And during the debate, we would have mentioned a lot of comments were made with regards to the use of ChatGPT and such like, which is not a bad thing, because with the advancement of AI, I think it helps to enhance the teacher's performance in the classroom, and more so give the students exposure to the use of AI. Is any of the training programs that was going to be offered here as the indicators going to cater for the teachers being exposed to the use of AI in the classroom to enhance their performance and more so help the children be prepared for the AI advancement that is happening?
Yes, well, it's a good question. As you know, the world is currently discussing how to incorporate AI into life in a sensible way. And I say sensible way because we have seen speeches in this house that used AI that missed the sensible part, right? So we cannot escape it. You have some teenagers that I know that scorn the use of AI because they say it's not credible and it's plagiarism. And then you have some people who are expert at extracting from AI what is good. What is Guyana's way forward? And that's open for discussion. We'd be happy to have you on board to lend to that conversation. What we have done is we have said to our teachers through a circular that you are allowed to use AI to plan your lessons. And we are aware that AI is being used in various ways to deliver lessons. Shortly, the president's baby, a digital school, it's going to come on board. And to escape and make our children more comfortable with accents used, AI is going to be incorporated into that. Our exams department has begun to use AI to test, to prepare questions. All of these things have drawbacks, and many of them are still being studied. So Guyana is taking a cautious approach, but we're not burying our heads in the sand. We prefer to err on the side of dealing with an issue rather than pretending it doesn't exist. The issue here is an opportunity with AI. How do we incorporate that into the education system that makes it beneficial for teachers and our children, our learners, is still a matter that's open for discussion, and we're talking about it in various groups. We also have IT, our IT department, and our training center at NSER that deals with IT, looking specifically at some of these topics.
Thank you, Minister. Honourable Member MacDonald.
Mr. Chairman, on the line item 6281, we're looking at security services. And we noticed that in 2024, it was 363. But in 2025, we are having now, our security cost has gone down. Could the minister indicate to us why the reduction in the cost for security, since we are having?
Which program is that, Coretta?
Million, sorry.
So which program is the honorable
So
member
we're on
in?
secondary,
No, with the training and
Sir,
development.
perhaps again,
Training and development
we're
we're
not
looking
at
at.
secondary.
I
This is the
just-
5th year, and she
I
can't get
just-
it right.
Minister,
Mr. Chair?
you ask for clarification.
Mr.
Miss
Chair, I just said we're still one more question on training, and so I moved there.
I can't hear you. I can't hear you. I'm hearing other people.
Mr.
Go
Chairman,
ahead, Ms. McDonald.
Mr. Chairman, I just asked that we have for one more question on the training.
Right. We are
and
still
development.
at 402.
Yes. So we're moving from there now.
No, he got to
No,
put.
we have
No,
to
he got
put
to
We
put.
were asking you to put that, and then we'll do that.
Jeez, so, there's like no,
Honourable members,
Yes.
I now put the question
just not sensible.
Correct.
that the sum stated
Correct.
Thank
for
you, sir.
program 402,
Correct.
current expenditure,
Thank you, sir.
stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The program, the sum stated for this program,
3?
current expenditure, stands part of the estimates. The honorable member said she didn't have any question on nursery. So I'll put the question that the sum stated for program
Sir, 403 nursery.
honorable members, I now propose a question that the sum stated for program 403, current expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Mr. Mahipon.
Thank you, sir. 6301. Is there an increase with this sum that has increased there for school grant from 426,596 to 457,284,000? Is there an increase in the amount of nursery schools that we are catering for now in 2025 as opposed to what was catered for in 2024?
I missed the
Minister.
line item, sir. If the honorable member could just repeat it for my benefit. Oh. So this here, Mr. Speaker, the increase is because when the PPP came into office, we met the abolition of the Because We Care cash grant. You would recall that the APNU threw it out the window, and we promised that we would restore it and we would increase it every year. Last year it was $40,000. This year it is $50,000. So the amount each child gets will go up. That means we're going to be putting more than $11 billion versus $9 billion last year into the pockets of parents. So that's why you see an increase here. So that's one of that caters for one of the increases. Then uniform assistance for public students at $5,000 per child. And the distribution of the cash grant also costs.
Mr. Chairman?
Member Mahipon.
Thank you, sir. I know the minister is passionate about our cash grant, and we're happy that the students are getting that amount. But if I may repeat the question, because I believe she didn't hear it. I said specifically to school grant, there is an increase for nursery school grant from 426,596,000 to 457,284,000. The question is there an increase in nursery schools that we are catering for in 2025 as opposed to the nursery schools catered for in 2024? And if there is that increase, how many nursery schools have we increased it to?
So it's a very good question. I'm very happy you asked it. So what we introduced a year ago, the PPPC government, was to give each school their own grant to purchase their materials and janitorial supplies themselves. That means they would get it what the quality and the quantity and in a timely manner that they wanted. We have just built or are in the process of building 60 nursery schools across the country. 60. Many of those will be finished in this year, and so we'll have more schools to give the grant to. I'm sure you're happy to hear that. as a result of which you see actually more money happening, being placed in this line. Now, Mr. Mahipal, that does two things. It puts a untruth to the statement we heard that schools were not getting enough supplies in the House during the debate, and that they had to scrunch for supplies. It makes that a total untruth, because schools are now getting their own resources to buy their own janitorial and stationery supplies. If someone came into this House, and the Honorable Member MacDonald did come into the House and read that, then she clearly does not know what's happening in the schools. Secondly, teachers used to complain that they would have to use money from their own pockets to provide these grants. And the truth is, that is the truth. The good teachers use their money to provide things. Perhaps Mr. Cox is one of them. They no longer have to do that because we are providing this grant for teachers to get the materials they need. Thirdly, teachers would ask parents to provide Dettol and toilet paper and cardboard and crayons. We no longer have to burden parents with that because the PPPC government is providing it to each and every classroom. So that's why you see that increase there.
Honorable Member, I now put a question that is some stated.
Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Member, Ms. Nima Flew-Best.
Thank you, Comrade Chair. Just a follow-up to what the Minister said. Schools normally have to do they get the pricing and so because they will get this grant. Now, if you give the school the grant and the prices increase, is there a mechanism? Is there a mechanism at the Ministry of Education where the school could actually come back and get any additional monies?
Minister?
So each school gets for each child $4,500 per term on the coastland. And because we try to serve equitably in the hinterland, because things are more expensive, each school gets $5,500 per child. A school like St. Joseph's, where the Honorable Member teaches at about 1,000 children, would therefore get $4.5 million. Is that it? Per term that they didn't get before. Now, is that enough? What is enough? What is enough? We believe it is enough because we have priced what is needed. 0 is what your party gave. We're giving 4 or 5 plus for national schools, which the St. Joseph's High School is. They get $1 million extra, or 6 form schools. If a teacher wants to be objectionable and wants to make herself a problem in service, nothing will be enough. But we haven't received that complaint from teachers. We have had teachers who have pretty much said to us they're very grateful for this grant and that it's working for them. And that's how we consult before we decide what we're going to do.
Thank you, Minister. Honourable members, I now put a question that is some stated. For program 403, nursery education, current expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those against say no. Ayes have it. Some stated now stands part of the estimates. Honourable members, I now turn your attention to page 204 and 205, and I propose the question that the sum stated for program 404, current expenditure, stands part of the estimates. The honourable member. Honourable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for program 404, primary education, current expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those against say no. The ayes have it. Honourable members, I turn your attention to pages 206 and 207, and I propose the question that the sum stated for program 402, secondary current expenditure stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, I now put a question that there's some.
No, sir.
Honorable member, Mr. Mahipal.
Sorry. Secondary education. Sir, I've taken note that at 6284, there is a heavy increase there.
What line item, sorry?
6284. If your colleagues will give you an opportunity of a bit more quietness, you'll hear.
Yes, sir. That line has increased from $234,009,000 to $1,255,370,000. A very big increase. Can the honorable member please provide us with an explanation for this huge increase?
Yes, I briefly mentioned,
Yes,
and
you did.
I don't want to take credit for it, which is why I will leave it for His Excellency to do that when he launches. I briefly mentioned the creation of a digital school. And this digital school, the dream of His Excellency is that each and every child in this country will be able to access from nursery to Cape lessons on the channel free of cost that aligns with our local curriculum and any international curriculum such as the Caribbean Examinations Council. That is going to be launched very soon by His Excellency. And so that school is expected to have our children all across, beginning with 4th and 5th formers, are expected to have access to lessons. So we'll no longer see, I remember Honorable Cox speaking about equity. We'll no longer see only who could access the fancy teacher in Georgetown getting service. We will now have this same lesson available to everybody across the country. We just 2 days ago connected Chinowing, which is a deeply remote village in Region 7. They will have access to the digital school. Mawaranao, Awaranao, Napi, Monkey Mountain, Karasabai, these are all places that will have access to this digital school. And that is why this is significantly increased here, because that's what we are going to be investing in our children.
Honorable member, Mr.
Follow-up.
Mahipal.
Thank you, sir. Sir, may I
Also,
ask?
teacher,
Mr. Mahipal is on the floor. Honorable member.
also, I'm very happy to, sorry, sir, may I?
I'd already turned over the floor to Mr. Mahipal.
Okay.
May
I didn't finish the answer, sir.
May I follow up?
Yes,
sir?
you may.
Sir, so this digital school will therefore require teachers and so on. So I'm assuming we'll be using teachers that we already have in the system. Is it that teachers who will be teaching in the normal school system will now be engaged in this extra duty of delivering on the digital platform?
It's
Minister.
multifaceted. Your colleague just now spoke of AI. Your colleague spoke of the introduction and incorporation of AI into the classroom. Some of it will be not AI generated, but AI delivered. Some of it is going to be our local teachers. All of it will be aligned to the curricula that's being tested. That is what we're very conscious of. There's going to be on this school tests that are marked. Assessments, if you're to use the fancy modern language. There's going to be books that can be accessed on this digital school. There's going to be, and of course, as you may be able to imagine, it's going to be uploaded to a place where children can refer to it later on. So it's not only live, it's going to be available as a pre-recorded school also.
Thank you, Committee Chair. Another
Mr.
follow-up
Mahipal.
with your permission. Thank you, sir. Sir, so the local teachers that will be used to execute this digital school, is there a criteria in terms of how you will select specific teachers for specific subject areas? Because you would agree with me that we have very competent teachers from Region 1 to Region 10.
Minister.
So, Mr. Mahipal, we always look for our best. We don't always see them close to us. So you wouldn't be seeing some of your best teachers close to you, or some of the country's best close to you. But I will tell you this, we are going by advertisement, and we have already placed an advertisement asking for people to come forward. And the system knows the expert teachers who are not only good in the classroom, but who are good at training. There may be a really good teacher who could review the content of someone's video, but hates with a passion going on camera. So there are different nuances to this. And I want to assure you that we are very keen on two things: getting expert work and having the content aligned to our local and international curricula, because it's very important that we don't teach things or that we fail to teach things that will be tested. So we're very careful about that.
Sir, my final
Mr.
follow-up,
Mahipal.
please. Thank you, sir. May I ask the Honorable Minister, so the fact that an advertisement has already been placed means that there is the conclusion on the honorarium or stipend or probably a salary, I don't know, for the teacher that will be engaged. May I ask if it's one standard salary or honorarium or stipend across the board for all teachers participating? If not, is it separate, and what is that amount?
No, it's not fixed. It's an assumption you're making. It's not fixed. Like I told you, this is very heavily nuanced. The person who has to create the content may get more than the person who presents the content, may get more than the person who reviews that presentation. It's very nuanced, and it's not settled as yet.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Member MacDonald.
Mr. Chair, on the 6281 security services, we noticed that in 2024, the cost for security was 363,575,000. And then in 2025, we noticed the security rates are now.
I'm not hearing the honorable member, sir. I don't know if you were hearing.
Yeah. Some of the members are challenged with respect to the mic and then looking at the book. So you may need to come closer to the microphone, MP MacDonald. Yeah.
Mr. Chair, are you hearing me now?
No, that's better.
Good. So we're looking at line item 6281 on the security services. In 2024, our security charges there, the sum allotted was 363,575,000. In 2025, we recognize it went down to 325,050,000. So we're asking, what is the reason for this? Since we recognize, especially in Georgetown and other secondary schools, there's been theft. And so what is the reason for this?
Honorable Minister.
No school has the security been lessened. At no school. This is enough to cover our contractual arrangements without changing the number of teachers at the school. Do we have challenges with security companies who say they will send 6 and send 1 or 2? We do. And we're dealing with those as they arise. But this is adequate to provide for the security without lessening any numbers of guards at all the schools in Georgetown.
Thank you.
Member MacDonald?
Yes, Chair. Mr. Chair, I noticed under the indicators, our indicators there in volume. Indicator 2, percentage of students attaining grades 1 to 3 in 5 or more subjects. We noticed that pass rate was at 26. And we're asking, what is the reason for that, for the dropping of that rate?
Minister?
So the reason was given earlier. Across the world, mathematics is a problem. In fact, as we're in the committee, I think we could get a little bit more informal. You would recall that I gave that in the year that you wrote mathematics, 16% of the population passed. And I remember you not being so anxious to disclose whether you were part of the 16%. In the year that I wrote, which is 1992, I think even less passed. Mr. Speaker, the Caribbean recorded through CXC, the Caribbean Examinations Council, that every single country in the Caribbean saw a significant decline in their pass rate in mathematics. Now, the children who wrote mathematics in this year, in 2024, are children who suffered from two things that they couldn't control. One, COVID. So for first, second, and a little bit of third form, they were home. And two, a politically inspired strike for 5 months immediately preceding the mathematics exam. And so Guyana had peculiarities that had our children suffer a little bit more than the Caribbean. The honorable member is aware of both of those. Matriculation is directly related to the number of children who pass mathematics and English, because we count matriculation as 5 or more subjects, including mathematics and English. We have been able to take, as the Honorable Dr. Ashley Singh pointed out in his rebuttal, for anyone who was able to either listen and or interpret what he was saying, take the number of children who are entering and passing CXC from 2,000 in the 1990s to 10,000 and more in 2024. So numerically, we are graduating more children who have a chance at entering tertiary education and jobs like the banks and the TVET centers. Additionally, Mr. Speaker, we have established the Guyana, the Get Ready for Opportunities to Grow, where more than 2,800 young people are able to access secondary exit type exams that allow them to go on to do tertiary examinations. And those would be the people who didn't get to complete CXC, dropped out, or failed mathematics. I'm happy to say that of the 2,800 who graduated on either the SCQF or the GAD, 80% of those are registered and currently studying for degrees in foreign universities at no cost to themselves on the Guyana Online Academy of Learning.
Thank you, Minister. MP MacDonald.
Mr. Speaker, while I hear the Minister, I just wanted to say this. In 2018,
is that a question or are you making a statement?
No, it's a question I'm going to ask. Our follow-up, our pass rate was 46% in 2018, and we had an industrial in 2018. But we'll move to the next indicator. 46% pass rate.
That is actually not accurate, sir. I can tell you
Mr.
right
Chair,
now that that is not accurate.
Honorable MP, the Minister interjected to correct your statement. Minister, please provide us with the correct
Yes, Mr. Speaker, if you would give me one moment. In 2018, the pass rate for mathematics was 43%, and for English was 67%. And 43% remains lower than 2015 under the PPPC government.
Honorable Member, Ms. MacDonald.
But I also, because I know the public is listening, I am not, for us, every child deserves the chance to pass mathematics. And that is why we have the mathematics intervention program, where we're looking at each and every child across this country. Because we're not going to haggle over whether it was 46 or 44 or 43. We want 100%. And we're going to work until we get 100%. And we know that that will not be overnight, but we are going to work until we get it.
MP MacDonald, and I have MP Prashad, waiting for quite some time.
Mr. Chair, thank you, and I'm happy that the minister was able to give us the rates and that they were higher, the past rates. But into indicator 14, student to teacher ratio, we have listed here.
Which line item are you talking about?
We're on the indicators.
Okay.
Program.
Policy.
So the student to teacher ratio, 16.1 in 2024, 16.1 in 2025. But coming from what we have in our schools, the ratio that's not accurate. We are seeing in our schools, and I can give you examples of schools.
Please, if you don't have the physical evidence, I
Chair,
would
I
not
do.
challenge the minister and what is published. Minister Ejil again will tell you his experience with inaccurate figures. Minister?
Chair.
So I am aware that last night the General Secretary of the Guyana Teachers Union, who we are contending is squatting on that position, sent out a message saying, colleagues, good evening. Could you indicate by name of school at each level where you didn't have the following? And she asked us a number of questions. The honorable member doesn't know what's on the ground. This is last night she sent that out, asking for what's happening. Teacher to student ratio does not deal with a school. It deals with the number of children divided by the number of teachers. In some schools, you will have 30 to 1. And in some schools, you will have 5 to 1. And then you will have an average out. I wouldn't ask you to try to understand that now, but play this back later on and go and figure out what averaging out means. It is offensive to question numbers that people at the Ministry of Finance have spent a lot of time putting together based on realities, not only from Guyana's records, but from the Caribbean's records, from the Bureau of Statistics, and from a whole host of other places that inform this kind of information. So that's how student-teacher ratio is calculated for this purpose. I will say this though, Mr. Speaker, that we are currently on a major expansion program. If you pass the East Rumveld Secondary School and you take a picture 3 years ago, East Rumveld Secondary had one L-shaped block. It now has 3 other blocks. 3 other blocks. That means we will have more classrooms. So you could take a classroom of 30, 35 or 40 and split it into 2, and you now have a lower student to teacher ratio. You got 20 to 1. When we came into office, the St. Rose's High School was broken down, demolished since 2017, and there was a failure, neglect, and or refusal to rebuild it. We rebuilt it last year. That means we now have more classrooms to divide the children up. We have extended the Queen's College, the Bishop's High, St. Winifred's, East Rumveld, rebuilt the North Rumveld, are currently building and extending Tuckville, and we have this year too a lot of extensions. So you will see that going down, but it doesn't go down by magic, Mr. Speaker. It goes down because we put a school or an extension in place where we can now split classrooms and give teachers less students to teach. Additionally, we are now training 3-4 times the amount of teachers we used to train. So we now have more teachers in the system. When the Honorable Member's Party was in office, the highest number of teachers they ever graduated out of CPC was 535. We graduated last year 1,700 teachers out of CPC. So we have numerically more, and we have a higher quality of teachers. Those are all things that feed into changing teacher to student ratios. So it's not just a gaffe, something to say when you're on TV saying you want 5 seats or you can win 5 seats for your party. These things you have to put measures in place, and you have to invest in getting to the place where we want the target met, and that's what we're in the process of doing. Sorry.
Thanks for that comprehensive explanation of the generation of that ratio. Could I take the honorable member, Mr. Jai Prashad?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Follow-up question to 6284. 6284. Can the Honorable Minister indicate to the Honorable House as it relates to the digital platform? Will it be a sample for regions or will it be for all secondary schools within the country?
Honorable Minister.
How you mean if it can be a sample for regions? It
when-
will be available to every part of the country, but it's a digital school, so it will depend heavily also on internet. I'm happy to say that some of the places we have just added 100, when I came into office, let's just take CPC. We had one CPC and 16 satellites. We now have 123 learning sites for teachers. That means we have been able, 13 Region 1, 13 Region 7, I don't remember all the numbers, but we've been able to expand where we have internet connection across the country in a major way. And you would have heard a broad policy where we're looking to make sure everybody's connected, right? So it would be available to everybody who has access. It is free of cost to the Guyanese student, and we're going to aggressively try to make sure children learn that this is something they can access and help them register for it.
Thank you.
A follow-up? No. Honorable Member, Mr. Rabo Hali.
Thank you. Good evening. Good evening, Minister. The issue of education, I understand it's vast. It's a lot that goes into the education of a child because there's so many variables. And so what my question to you is, when it is that you dealing with the students that are attaining grades, when you look into the school and the education of a child, is there training that goes into determining where the child is at in a classroom? Because you may try to finish a curriculum in a particular period. 3 students get it, 2 don't, but you still have to figure out how to get to those 2 that didn't get that term. Right. So how are you training our teachers to understand that maybe a child has ADHD, maybe the child, it needs a little bit more than they're currently getting in the you understand what I'm trying to say?
I understand perfectly what you're saying.
So how are we working with teachers to get them to understand the different
And that is why,
Honorable
Honorable Member, sorry, sir.
It's a bit rude to interrupt the person while they're making the statement and asking the question. Don't anticipate. Let them finish and then let me get a chance to put it to you. Because the conversation between you two will deteriorate. Please, go ahead.
She's finished. Anyway, the question is one of the challenges, not only in our system, in the education system generally. Because, and the countries that do better are the countries that have very small numbers of children so that you can receive in each classroom. Now that is why the speaker, I don't remember if it was Honorable Dineshwar or somebody else who said we must produce at NSERD a national lesson plan that everybody must do at the same time. You can't do that because the child at Blackbush in grade 3 or the class at Blackbush in grade 3 might not be ready for week 3 and might not be at week 3, but Stella Maris is. So you can produce a national plan or a national lesson, and then you can say, if you reach this time, you can use it. But the challenge has been determining how to get every child. And we have been very clear to teachers. Every single child in your classroom must move from one level to the next, and the next must be a better level. They don't all have to reach 100%, but if you took the 20% child and moved them to 40%, then you probably did better than taking the 95% child and moving them to 100%. And so we speak about that and we train on that, and CPC is focused on that. But we're dealing with people, we're dealing with human beings. So there's a lot of retraining and retalking that we have to do to get this happening. But it is one of the challenges of the education system worldwide. How do you move each child equitably every single day?
Thank you, Minister. I remember Ms. Hali.
Just a quick follow-up. And I agree with you. It's something that is very challenging. How then do you deal with the testing part of it. Because a child, you may in the classroom recognize that you recognize that the child knows the subject, knows the word, but once it comes to the exam, they cannot do what is required in the exam because they don't know how to sit. So how is there any conversation happening in terms of different ways of checking to see if the child understands a topic and not just the final exam that happens where everybody has to sit an exam and the child may fail because they can't sit an exam, but then you know that they know the topic.
So this is no line item and no target, and so we're just gaffing here. But it's a good gaff.
It's not a gaff. It's policy issues.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
And you have allocation for it.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. You can't set a test, national tests everywhere would be the same test. You have to train teachers to make sure the children can meet the outcomes that each lesson looks for. We also have to get parents on board. What is it we want your child to know at week 1, at week 2, at week 3? And where can you access this even if you yourself do not know? So this is a very complex issue. It's not one that is easy. We can say, and in fact, a policy decision that is heavily criticized by the APNU, although never was changed by them in all the 5 years that they were in office, is what they call the automatic promotion policy. And the reason that policy makes sense is you can be a child, let's say in first form, who gets 80% in mathematics, 80% in English, 10% in music, 5% in art. You either hate the subject, you hate the teacher or something. And so your percentage was below 50%, and we kept that child back just because they didn't pass, whatever you consider pass to be. So the better thing to do would be to promote and remediate. And so that's what we do. We promote, and then we look to see where you had weaknesses, especially in the core subjects, and teachers, I say with caution, are supposed to remediate. And that's what we train to do. That's what we retrain to do. Of course, you have different people. When you have a system of 14,000 teachers, you will have excellent ones amongst them, and you'll have delinquents that need to be retrained among them. So that's the challenge.
Thank you, Minister. Member MacDonald.
6301, Mr. Chair. Education subventions and grants. I recognize that 2024, our grants were 4 billion, and in 2025 we've moved up to 5 billion plus. Last year we did ask about the schools, Queen's College and the President's College, who were receiving subvention and grants, and we were hoping that this year some consideration would have been given to the other schools that are board schools, but I'm not sure this is happening. Could the minister explain?
So this is not, so the President's College is guided by an act of Parliament. That means a law of Guyana. That was brought about by the APNU's celebrated LFS Barnum. It is, and former president of this country. It is, so that subvention is given because by law we have to. Board schools can also receive the subvention, but this is not what this is for. This is for the Because We Care cash grant, which we reinstituted, and we have increased to $50,000. This is for the uniform assistance, which we have increased to $5,000. So each child will receive $55,000 in secondary school. This is for the national school grants that secondary schools are getting. So I want us to be careful. It's emotive and sexy to send a message that other secondary schools are not getting what QC and President's College is getting, and that's totally fallacious. absolutely fallacious. All the secondary schools, all the children in secondary schools will get the Because We Care cash grant that your government took away from them. All the children in secondary schools will get the uniform grant that you refuse to raise. Every single secondary school will get this school grant that is given to schools to make sure they are prepared for their children. So that thought last year was wrong and fallacious, and this year it remains wrong and fallacious. But it's not surprising that you asked.
Comrade Chair.
Go ahead, Honorable Member Jai
Thank you very much. 6292 dietary, an increase of almost 21 million there. Can the Honorable Minister indicate if this will subsidize some form of meals for the secondary school?
Yes,
Minister?
I'm very glad you asked. So we took a decision that all dormitory schools, every child of a dormitory school will receive lunch. What was happening under the APN UAFC was that the resident students would receive lunch and the non-resident students would just be looking at them while they eat. We have introduced that every child in dormitory schools and secondary schools will get lunch. And so that's why you see the increase here. And that's dormitory, of course, is in the hinterland. And the reason for that, Honorable Dinesh War, is because although they are non-resident students, to go home and come back because of the geographical layout of those regions would take them more than an hour than they get for lunch break. So that's why we're giving. I'm sure as a welfare officer, you're very happy to hear that.
Mr. Chairman.
Honorable Member, Mr. Mahipur.
Thank you, sir. Sir, so I raised this issue last year concerning President's College and Queen's College. I see in budget 2025, President's College will receive a sum of 508,601,000, and Queen's College will receive a sum of 210 million, and $86,000. Sir, these are board schools. I understand that President's College is governed by the President's College Act, and they get this subvention. And there are several other board schools like Queen's College. The fact that these are subventions mean that they're given to the board for them to manage and expend in an account. How are other board schools receiving their monies to manage their schools?
So,
Minister.
Thank you. It's an
You're
interesting question. If you were to ask Queen's College if they want to stay a subvention agency, you might be surprised at the answer, because the majority of this goes to their salaries and staff. So when we give them this, we do not pay their teachers for the rest of the year. The college pays the teachers. And most of the money is finished in salaries and gratuity and pensions and all the other things that they have to pay out in that line. It's the same thing with President's College. The question you're asking is, why aren't we doing it for other schools? Right now, there is no difference in what teachers enjoy. When we give this grant to Queen's College, they pay their teachers. The same thing we agree with the union, that teachers will be paid. But the Ministry of Education or the local government ministry, depending on where the school is, pays the teacher in every other school. The same benefits, the same salaries. So there is no difference in what happens at those schools.
Mr. Mahipur?
Yes, sir. So if, based on the answer, a follow-up, sir. So based on the answer the Honorable Minister provided, that if you ask a Queen's College if they're comfortable being as a subvention, because all the money basically goes to salary, why not remove Queen's College from subvention then, and treat them as equal as all other board schools?
Because we don't operate like that. Queen's College has a board, it has a PTA, it has a staff, it has students, and we have to consult with all those stakeholders before we do it, not because an opposition member fails to understand year after year why or what this is, we would just go and take it out of the budget. That's not how it works, Mr. Mahipal. It has to be that we speak to them, we engage with them, and we do what they want. Now, I said to you, you might be surprised because there have been rumbles about that. There have been rumbles about them wanting more and them not being able to get more because all of this goes towards staff. But when this first happened, it happened because there was a consultative decision taken amongst all those stakeholders, and the ministry before me repeated throughout your government's term in office, repeated for 5 years while you were in office, no problems with it, and you come now and you ask me to just snatch it from them like you snatched the cash grants from the nation's children. That's not how we operate.
Sir,
Honorable Member, Mr. Mahipal.
thank you, sir. Sir, may I ask the Honorable Minister if there are other board schools that have requested from you to be treated as subvention agencies, similar to how Queen's College is treated as a subvention agency? And may I say, sir, it's not about snatching it, it's about treating all the board schools at one level in the eyes of equal treatment for all board schools.
But we are now asking the same question different
No, I'm
ways.
asking if other board
Just
schools.
for me, the question would be, are other board schools included in this sum? Remember this, while we talk about policy, we also have to speak to what this allocation is for. And I think Minister said it about 3 times. Honorable Minister, you could do a better job than me.
No, sir, I have not received either now or in my previous iteration any school asking me to go as a subvention agency, because all they would be asking would be for us to give them their salaries up front so that they could manage it, because that's all those schools get as a subvention agency. Everything else is given either under the cash grant or the school's grant or the agricultural plot and so on. It's just the salaries that are placed in the school's accounts.
Thank you, Minister. Just to alert
Mostly the
everyone
salaries.
that we've exhausted the first hour of consideration. We have 1 hour to go. Honorable Member, Mr. Cox.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good evening to the Honorable Minister and her team. Honorable Minister, in the indicators, it says at 9, percentage of teachers appraised using the new instrument. I know there is a new instrument created for appraisal of teachers, but in 2024 it says 0%, while in 2025 the target is 100. Could you say why the instrument was not yet used, and how do you see this critical instrument used? Of course, it's for the assessment and evaluation of teachers. How do you see this as a critical assessment in or analysis in improving student performance? Because I know those are the key areas that were discussed during implementation of this new instrument. Thank you.
Minister.
Thank you. So you have raised, and that's why I said your earnestness in education is very impressive, and I told you that privately. The same question that Ms. Sarabo Haley is raising, and I hope we can speak in one voice when we say that this is too important a profession to have people who just squat and collect a salary. Now, that's not the majority of our teachers. The majority of our teachers teach their hearts out. But we also have teachers who don't, and teachers who can be encouraged not to, and teachers who refuse to train and get upgraded, and teachers who, and so we have to move to a place where we are using an objective instrument to assess the standard and quality of a teacher with a view both to rewarding as well as determining what kinds of retraining might be needed. That hasn't, the reason you see zero in 2024 is because it hasn't started yet. We're hoping, and we didn't start it because for 5 months of 2024, some teachers were on strike. We hope to start it in 2025, and we hope we will get the support of all of us in this house to do this in an objective and fair way so that we could take this profession to a place where it is truly noble. That will mean, Honorable Cox, that the system is going to have to develop a way of cleansing itself, like other professions do. When you're too bad an apple and you're rotting the whole barrel, the system has to cleanse that barrel of that rotten apple so that the others can thrive, and in thriving, deliver to our students what you want, better outcomes. So that's something we have to all work at and not get political about it. And if one amongst us becomes political about it, we have to shut that down. That would be our duty to the nation's children. So I hope you remember that when we start this assessment.
Thank you, Minister. Honourable members, this is a good time to put a question that the sum stated for program 405 secondary current expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. We turn to pages 208 and 209.
Yeah.
Post-secondary and tertiary education, and I propose the question that the sum stated for this head, current expenditure, stands part of the estimates. I want to remind persons we've dealt extensively with a lot of policies, and now with post-secondary and tertiary education. Honorable members, I now put it. Honorable member, Ms. McDonald.
Chair, 6301, education subventions.
Your Honor, if we could just in this would be the University of Guyana, if we could just let the
give
Vice
the Honorable
Chancellor.
Minister and staff an opportunity to change around. Welcome the Honorable Vice Chancellor of the
and Deputy Vice Chancellor
and
for
Deputy
Finance.
Vice Chancellor of the University of Guyana. Honorable Member MacDonald.
Comrade Chair,
Mr.
why
Chair.
is Ms. McDonald is meeting?
Honorable Member Jai Prashad.
Yes, sir. 6301, sir.
Honorable members, we're trying to hear Pandit. Honorable Member Jai Prashad.
Thank you very much, Chair. Can the Honorable line item 6301,
6301.
education subvention and grants. Can the Honorable Minister give an aggregate as to 14 plus billion in disaggregate as it relates to tertiary?
I'm not hearing you.
6301.
Uh-huh.
Can you disaggregate the amount to the...
Honorable Minister.
Yes.
Disaggregate.
So the Adult Education Association, sorry,
there is a listing at the back of the book with respect to the subventions.
From here?
Honorable Jai Prashad, you want a further
Yes,
disaggregation?
please. So I'd be happy to disaggregate. This Council for Technical and Vocational Education and Training, CTVET, $108 million. The Guyana Industrial Training Center. This is also on the 467 of the budget
Yes,
book, sir.
I mentioned that to him, and he indicated that you could now move on because he will check it.
Oh, okay. I'd be happy to list it though.
Honorable Member, Mr. Mahipal.
Thank you, sir. Sir, my question is related to the University of Guyana. And I would like to say thanks that we're having
And I would
free
like to hear you.
education.
Go ahead.
Thank you, sir. Sir, a question was asked earlier when we were considering supplementary that this means that the child or the student would have to pay no money, none at all. Before, the student would normally pay a student due for the student society. They would normally pay for the sports facility and so on. So I would like to know, sir, if in this sum are sums specific for the student society, the sports facility, and if students have to write I-grade exams and supplemental exams and so on, if all of this covers for those additional costs that would normally have
Honorable
a cost.
Minister.
Yes, sir. Mr. Speaker, and to the honorable member, Mr. Chair, sorry. The University of Guyana is very precious to us. The University of Guyana was established by Dr. Chetty Jagan, the PPP's founder. So much so that it was referred to as Jagan's Night School, because at that time we couldn't imagine that we would have oil. But he knew as a vision that we couldn't develop as a country without exposing our people to tertiary training and education, and that we could not compete in the world if we did not do that. So he established this school. I noticed the specific interest in the UGSS. As I said in the budget debate, sir, the country went through a very hard time in the 80s, so much so that the World Bank said about us that we had one of the lowest illiteracy rates in the Caribbean and Latin America in the 60s, and that by the time we had hit 1990, we were one of the lowest performers educationally and health-wise in the country. As a result of which, the World Bank said that if quality service were to be given, fees had to be introduced. So fees were introduced at the University of Guyana. Over the years, that continued so that this vision, this dream that every Guyanese could access university education and become competitive in the world and develop Guyana through their training and skill could continue. When the AP and UAFC went into office, UG's fees went up by 35%. Whether we called it facilities fees or students' fees or whatever it is, the student had to pay 35% more. This is at a time when the AP and UAFC was earning $90 billion a year more in revenue than the PPP was earning when it was in office and did not raise fees. In our request and plea to the people of the country, when we went to them to say, give us your confidence, give us your vote, we're going to look after you, one of our promises was that we would forgive the debt of students or we'd find a pathway to write off the debt of the students who owe the University of Guyana, and that we would make university education free of charge. And I'm very happy to say that, as usual, before the end of the term, we are fulfilling that promise by making the University of Guyana tuition free, facilities fees free, and so the student doesn't have to pay that. I'm also happy to report that just a few short weeks ago, I think about 2 weeks ago, post January 17th, when the debate was, when Dr. Singh, Ashley Singh, presented the budget, the University of Guyana celebrated receiving universal accreditation for the university. And the Vice Chancellor is here, and she must be commended for that, because that would have been a lengthy process. And Dr. Hudson, the Executive Director of the National Accreditation Council, is here. And so I'm very proud of both of them for that. And at that event, the Vice Chancellor was very emotional about the issue, I think we have it on recording, said very clearly, and I'm paraphrasing, that all governments had supported UG. Support is different. But that this budgetary allocation of $13.2 billion would change what UG means and how they had to scrunch for funds. And this is the best support that they have received. And I'm happy to say that all the recurrent requests have been met that were asked for, have been met by this budgetary provision. Now that is, to answer you, a long answer, but to say that tuition will be free, there will be no facilities fees, but we also have to have, in any university, I note your deep interest in the UGSS fees, you're going to have expenses that will not be included in this free university education. And it's going to require a responsibility from the students also, that they do well at their exams and not be encouraged that because it's free, that they don't have to turn up to write an exam because it's going to be free, or they don't have to turn up to classes. So as we build out this new Guyana where tuition for education is free at the tertiary level, the University of Guyana, we'll also have to build out a new culture that sees responsibility going with that.
Honorable members, I now put the question.
Sir, no, I have two other questions, please.
Go ahead.
Sir, so from this sum, having heard the minister's lengthy answer, from this sum allocated here, may I ask what is the sum that will go to the University of Guyana Student Society? And may I ask my second question, sir, in terms, there are genuine reasons why a student may miss an examination. Somebody may have died for them, various different circumstances. Does this sum also cater for those additional exams that will have to be set and come at a cost to run for students who genuinely will have to be considered for supplementary exams and I-grade exams?
Honorable Minister.
So $1,000 per student caters for the UGSS. That was part of the facilities fees. Until 2023, UG allowed 2 resits per year. At the request of students, they made it 4 resits per year, but I want you to hear what I'm saying. It means you're failing 4 courses per year. It means
Minister, go ahead. You don't have to answer him. He's not on the floor.
No, but I would like to correct myself also. It means that for whatever reason, a student did not complete 4 courses, whether they failed it or they didn't turn up for it. In most countries, there are accompanying fees for things like that. In most countries. If you're going on an expedition to check the sand in Barbados versus the sand at Leguan, and it's not a part of your course, or even if it is, that may not be something considered to be in your fees. What I can say to you is that the PPPC government has given to the University of Guyana, which is established by statute, everything they asked for under their recurrent budget. Every single cent. And so that is going to be used by the University of Guyana. I was going to give you a direct quote from the Honorable Jordan, where he said that the $2 billion that he allocated for them in 2017 would have to be carefully used and responsibly used by a university who needed $13 billion at the time. I am saying to you that every cent that the University of Guyana sat down and thoughtfully asked for under their recurrent budget is provided by this government through this budget.
Sir, one other question.
Thank you, Minister.
One other question, please.
Go ahead.
Sir, in terms of salary increases for the staff at the UA and UB staff at UG, may I ask what percentage is being considered from this sum allocated for 2025?
Honorable Minister.
So the government announced a 10% increase.
10% last year. Yes.
18%, 10% last year and 8% this year is what is catered for here for the staff at the University of Guyana.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for Program 406, Post-Secondary Tertiary Education Current Expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Let us turn to page 509. And I propose the question that the sum stated for Program 401, Capital Expenditure, stands part of the estimates. I now put a question that the sum stated for Program 401, Capital Expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Program 402, I propose the question that the sum stated for Program 402, Capital Expenditure, stands part of the estimates. The Honorable Member, Mr. Mahi Paul.
Sir, thank you very much. Just allow me to turn to my 165.
And I propose the question that the sum stated for Program 402, Capital Expenditure. I put the question
No,
that
sir,
the
I'm
sum
asking a
stated
question
for
here
Program 402,
on 12,
Capital
15.
Expenditure. You just told me I could go ahead.
But no, I said that I'm turning my page to get the
But you shook your head when I said it. Go ahead.
Thank you, sir. Sir, I'm turning my attention to Project Code 15100, Teachers Training Complex, provision for furniture, equipment, and upgrade of the facility, $124 million. Would the Honorable Minister please not only disaggregate, but tell us something about this facility, please?
Honorable Minister.
Yes, this is for the Teachers Training College. A Teachers Training College. So we're going to buy 16 plates, 55 pounds, 44 pounds, and 33 pounds. I'm assuming that's plates for weights, weight training, weightlifting. 24 medicine balls, 12 wall balls, 6 ball racks, 1 high jump upright ball, so yes, so let me continue with that and then I'll turn back the page. 4 portable floodlights, 16 hurdles, 5 AC units, 12, 20, so we're doing a gym for trainee teachers. 5 AC units, 20 filing cabinets, 10 desks, 4 drawers, 12 microwaves, and we're going to be doing 2 industrial gas stoves, 2 freezers, 40 desktop computers, 6 smart boards, 4 violins, 4 keyboards, 5 Congo drums, 6 bongo, 10 microphones with speakers, 1 PA system, 5 guitars, 1 drum set, 6 maraca shakers, 2 acoustic guitars, 6 conducting batons, 1 steel pan set, 4 triangles, 20 music stands, 22 dumbbells. So I'm happy to say that this gives you a fair indication that we've just introduced to the CPC a music program because we have a shortage of music teachers. And this is what we're buying so that we could train our teachers well, so that they're able to use or to teach our children on what we hope would be a 5 priority extracurricular program when they get into the schools.
Honorable members, I now put the question that the sum stated for program 402, capital expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Program 403, nursery education capital expenditure. I propose the question that the sum stated herein stands part of the estimates. I now put a question that the sum stated for program 403, nursery capital expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. Sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Program 404, primary education capital expenditure. I propose a question that the sum stated herein stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, I put a question. Honorable member, Mr. Magdon.
Chairman, we're looking at payment retention, and we would want to ask to whom the retention is being paid and what amount. On the
Page 5.
nursery, we're looking at nursery education.
No, this is not nursery, madam. That's finished. We voted, we passed that.
Primary.
403, sir.
Primary. We're
Sir,
primary.
this is beginning
Okay.
totally ridiculous.
I put a question that the sum stated for program 404,
Totally ridiculous.
primary capital expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those against say no. Ayes have it. Sum
Fantastic.
stated now stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, we are at 405, secondary education capital expenditure, and I propose the question that the sum stated herein stands part of the estimates. Honorable member, Mr. Maipol.
Thank you, sir. Sir, I see this is a provision for schools 26-10-500, Human Capital Strengthening Project, and I see that it also speaks to piloting of grades 5 and 6 curricula, and also improved facilities, education and training, among procurement of textbooks for grades 7 to 11, institutional strengthening, and the construction and rehabilitation of schools. My specific focus, Honorable Minister, through you, Mr. Chairman, is on the description that speaks to piloting of grade 5 and 6 curricula. Nothing else. Piloting of grades 5 and 6 curricula. Can you please tell us some more about that?
Honorable Minister, just help me a bit. I'm a little slow. We're secondary, right?
180.
Mr. Maipol, just be with me at secondary, right?
Pardon me, sir?
We're at secondary here.
Yes, secondary, but
And grade 5 and 6
it's
is
captured in it. I don't know
is
if it's a
captured.
mistake.
Minister, please.
So, pre-COVID, the intention was to change out the curriculum to make it more hands-on. So, reduce some of the content, while making sure that we were on par with our Caribbean brothers and sisters about what they were learning, and make sure that the teaching learning process had more practical engagement. So you'd see more tools, you'd see more equipment, you'd see more manipulables. Then COVID hit us, and it hit us after we had already piloted grades 1 and 2. We continued piloting, but the children who are writing grade 6 this year were in grade 1 when COVID hit. So COVID still has an impact, although we're not wearing masks and we're not distancing, it has a huge impact and continues to have an impact, a prevailing impact on the education system. The children who will write NGSA in 2025 are children who are in grade 1 in 2025, and they stayed home for 3 years, grade 1, grade 2, grade 3. So we cannot introduce to them a new curriculum piloted, or we could not introduce to them a new curriculum piloted at that time. We have to introduce it in bits and pieces, and it will begin later in this year.
Honourable Member, Mr. Maipol.
No, sir, I'm good there. Thank you.
Honourable Members, I now put a question that the sum stated for Program 405, Secondary Education Capital Expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Those in favour say aye.
Aye. You
Those
fight
against
with
say
a
no.
PA,
Ayes have it.
a
Sum
personal
stated
assistant
now
every day and
stands
can
part
ask
of
a
the
single
estimates.
question.
Honourable
Can't
Members,
ask a
I
single
now
question.
propose the question that the sum stated for Program 406, Post-Secondary/Tertiary Education Capital Expenditure. And I propose the question that the sum stated herein stands part of the estimates. Honourable Member, Mr. McCoy. Honourable Member, Ms. MacDonald.
Sir,
Question, Kwame.
Chairman, we're
Hon-
looking at
Go ahead,
reference
Honourable Member.
182, and we're on the post-secondary tertiary education, and we're looking at provision for upgrading of facilities. Could the minister say to us, could the minister indicate to us the facilities that we're looking at upgrading, and what exactly are we going to be doing with those facilities?
Honourable Minister.
What upgrade?
Sir, we just passed that program. That's program 5. The honorable member has gotten it wrong again. Whole day, every day.
Post-secondary.
Post-secondary, we're at.
We passed
Oh,
post-secondary.
gosh.
There's no provision for facilities on the post-secondary, sir.
Honourable Members, we are at 406, Post-Secondary
Exactly.
Tertiary. Honourable Members, I now put a question that the sum
Sir, I have a
state-
question, please. I have a question.
Post-secondary.
No, you.
Sir, on the post-secondary for the University of Guyana, Turkine, 16,000, the sum of $225 million for the upgrading of the facility and payment of retention. May I have ask what are the additional work that will be done at the University of
Honourable
Guyana
Minister.
for the sum, and how much money is for retention?
Right.
Honourable Minister.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor, Mr. Chair. There will be the rehabilitation of the NBS dorms, the rewiring of the FAF building, the rehabilitation of the FNS annex, rehabilitation of the senior common room building, remodeling and rehabilitation works, FNS mushroom house, electrical upgrade and civil works, old registry building, construction of fire escape for NBS halls of residence, rehabilitation of the SABI roof, and at the the Tain campus, there will be the construction of a 2-storied building for classrooms and laboratories at the Johns Science Center.
Thank you, Minister. Honourable Members, I now put the question that the sum stated for Program 406, Capital Expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Thank you very, very, very much, Honourable Minister and your staff, for taking us through your agency.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and I want to say that this is a team that I know put in a lot of work this week. I want to say a big thank you to them and their staff who stayed back and worked to get this done. They clearly expected more. I also thought it would be a good time to introduce the country to our newest Deputy Chief Education Officer for Administration, Ms. Tiffany Harvey, who was here sitting next to me at the program too. So thank you all.
Thank you very much. Now invite the Honorable Minister of Culture, Youth and Sport and his team to take us through Agency 44. We do have some savings because we are now at 12:20. We should have stopped at 12:47, so that looks like 27 minutes. Honorable members, I invite you to turn to pages 214 and 215. And I propose a question that is sum stated for Agency 44, Ministry of Culture, Youth and Sport, Program 441, Policy Development and Administration, current expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Honorable Member, Ms. Nima Flu Bess.
Thank you, Chair. Line item 6116. I note there have been an increase of 8 contracted employees. What is the designation of these employees?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Thank you very much.
Honorable Minister, if you're challenged, you can sit and pull the microphone.
I like to stand. I like to stand. Yes, thank you very much,
Well, then, if you're
Chairman, and
handicapped.
thank you very much, Honorable Member, for the question. So you have, well, the variance in the line, which I'll include in the positions. 6 employees relocated from 6111, 1 procurement manager, 1 assistant secretary, 1 technical assistant, 2 administrative assistants, 1 confidential secretary to 6116, 2 appointments.
They're finding it difficult to hear. You may need to
Let me sit down
and pull the microphone.
I like to stand though. I don't.
Yeah,
I like to show
I know
the
you're
house the
handicapped
respect.
because of height.
No, I like to show the house the respect. I was saying that the variance is a result of 6 employees relocated from 6111, 1 procurement manager, 1 assistant secretary, 1 technical assistant, 2 administrative assistants, 1 confidential secretary, 2 appointments, 1 administrative support officer, 1 accounts clerk, along with the 10% increased salaries, allowances, and gratuity, vacation, entertainment, duty, responsibility, etc.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member Nima Flu Bess.
Thank you, Chair. Line item 6242, maintenance of building. I note there's an increase. Was there a new building added to this line item?
Minister.
Six two four two. Yes, there's a slight increase of 1.6 million. But there is no new building that's added, Comrade Chairman. The building is old and it needs repair. In fact, it falls under the protection of the National Trust, and there is particular kind of rehabilitation work that has to be done, which tends to be a little bit more costly.
Detail.
But it's important for our heritage preservation, and it's also required as part of what we do when we rehabilitate these buildings that fall under the protection of the national heritage.
Member Flubes?
Volume 2, indicators. I note that number of policies developed or updated for culture, youth, and or sports. 2024 was 1, and in 2025, it's 2. So can the Honorable Minister state if the culture and sports policies was completed?
No, the cultural policy wasn't completed. The sports policy was. However, we never got the opportunity to do the consultation at the sports conference. That, along with, we opened the process up for a academic review, which we did, and we had that completed as well. That's something that the National Sports Commission had made the recommendation before we go to consultation. So we did that. And then also the academic sightings. That was also something that was very important, that was raised in the discussions that we had. We wanted to make sure that the references, the bibliographies, etc., that they were appropriate as well as accurate, because we wanted to make sure that when the document it goes out to the public, that it must reflect a very high standard, which, you know, we believe will be reflective of that, and other countries in the region will be looking at what we do here, as which they've already started to take notice about our results. But as far as our policy is concerned, we want to make sure that that reflects a standard that we can be proud of.
Thank you, Minister. Member Bess?
Thank you, Comrade Chair. Last year in this House, when the Minister was asked about the policy, he stated that there were 2 active policies and both were being updated, and that's since last year. And he said the process will continue with consultation. And then he spoke about the cultural policy as well as the sports policy, and both of them would have already gone through extensive preparation and submissions based on last year's response. So I'm going to ask the Honorable Minister, what guarantee do we have that these policies will come to the House this year?
Minister.
I don't want to give the honourable member any guarantees, but what I'm certain about is that the sports policy is completed and will be published and will be presented, and it's a document that must happen, and especially given the fact that we've seen how the meteoric rise that, especially in the last 4 years, 3 years or so, of our sportsmen and women. And I'd just like to congratulate, today we've had the signing of one of our big athletes, promising athletes, who's just signed with University of Georgia, and that's following on.
Thank you, Minister.
That's Ms. Springer, who I genuinely believe has the potential to become our first track Olympic medal winner. And I would also like to congratulate publicly here in this house too, preceding her, Austin, who signed with Louisiana. These are top-rate universities that were scouting our talents here, in addition to the fact that we were able to see that they secured deals with major shoe companies and brands as prospects for the future. So that's just something I just wanted to say parenthetically.
Thank you, Minister.
Comment here. Before I proceed, let me also congratulate Malachi Austin and Tiana Springer. I know that they're athletes that will shine from their dedication, their skills, and their talent. Indicator number 3, you have number of international, cultural, youth, and sporting events at which Guyana participated. I see that there's a decline from 78 last year to 66 this year. Can the Honorable Minister say what regional competitions we will participate in 2025?
Minister?
Well, here is listed as 66, so I can't say what regional competitions will be because it's too long of a list. But I just want to correct the figure because when we submitted this, that wasn't it. We didn't get to complete the updating, but just for the House to know, since I think it's important for us to place on the record that number one, our target in 20 or what we participated in on just on sport alone in 2023 was 51, and for 2024 was 102. And for the combined areas, which is culture, youth, and sport, in total, it's 108.
Member Bess?
Following up based on your response, you were saying that we took part in 102 sporting events, and that would cover both regional and international levels. All right, just for clarity.
Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for Program 441, Policy Development and Administration, current expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. Sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Pages 216 and 217. And I propose a question that the sum stated for Program 442, Culture, current expenditure stands part of the estimates. Honorable Member Nima Flubes.
Line item 6242. I noticed that there was an increase again here for maintenance of building. Does this reflect a new building added or the same set of buildings being maintained?
Minister?
So the answer is no, no new building added.
Member Bess?
Thank you, Comma Chair. Line item 6255. Maintenance of other infrastructure. Does this sum, allocated sum, covers the preservations of records and artifacts?
No, man, infrastructure. The word infrastructure. So this wouldn't fall under that area.
Okay. Looking at the indicators for culture, under which line item is the cost for preservation of records and artifacts located?
You're asking.
You want the minister to.
I don't, because I asked you if it's that other 6255, you said no, so I'm asking,
No,
is it
it doesn't work that
6291?
way.
Minister, please help the honorable member.
I'll need to know.
So I'll put the question as the minister will indicate. I put the question as the sum stated.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I'm not finished.
Sorry, go ahead.
Indicator number 5. Updated legal framework in areas pertaining to the preservation and conservation of our heritage. Is there any plan to update the copyright legislation?
No, not in this year. So just let me speak about this a little bit, because last year we were able to complete 2 bits of legislation. Well, one that we passed in this House, which is the World Cup Act, and then we laid in the House as well the horse racing legislation, and we completed the review and redrafting of the National Trust Act, and we also had, as part of that, a collaboration as well as a cooperative approach, where they participated in the review. This is the Commonwealth Heritage Foundation, which has an engagement with the King's Trust, where they're doing some, they're creating some different areas of projects and preservation with the Office of the President, but this is linked to what we're doing. And the National Trust also participated in a number of their areas of collaboration, so that it's not being done in silos. So the answer is, for indicator number 5, we will be tabling this year a new National Trust legislation. It will be under a different name, but it's a new National Trust legislation that we'll be tabling and passing, but it also caters for the incorporation of the heritage element, where we're working with the Commonwealth Heritage Foundation and the King's Trust Foundation as well.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Jones.
Thank you. Line item 6322, subsidies and contribution to international organization. I note where there is the International Center for the Study of the Preservations and Restoration of Cultural Property. There's an allocation of 268, but we note the revised was only 87. And for 2025, a request is there again for 268. Could the minister indicate what would have occasioned the reduced sum instead of the entire lot?
Yes, so I'm advised that this is based on submitted invoices, not dictated sums. So that is the reason for the reduced expenditure.
All right, so am I to assume that the submitted invoices speaks to $87,000 as a payment that we would have had to make to this international organization? And if so...
I'm advised, yes.
Right, and if so, based on those invoices that we had to submit, why is it now in 2025, instead of it being 87,000, we put it back at 247?
Minister.
So whatever the subsidies and contributions have been, we don't reduce that. We maintain that as a standard sum. Chances are it can increase, but it's very rare that it will go down. The sum is stated to the international or to the organizations, but at the same time we have requirements in relation to how we spend money, so we have to follow a process. So
Noted. But taking into consideration what you just said, Mr. Minister, that very unlikely it would reduce. But in this case, in 2024, it was reduced.
No, based on what was submitted.
Right.
But the allocation itself wasn't reduced.
Gotcha. Gotcha. Noted. Just below that, there is the International Cultural Council of Archives. There is a allocation of 247, and we see in the revised sum it's 0.
Right. I'm advised that this is because there has been no invoices submitted to us.
Noted. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member Flubes.
Line item 6284 order. Can the Honorable Minister say if from this allocated sum, the Institute of Creative Arts will get funding?
Minister.
Yes, thank you very much, Comrade Chairman, and thank you very much, the Honorable Member. So the answer is yes, but it's a very important opportunity to speak about the Institute of Creative Arts and why the concept first initiated with Minister Frank and Dr. Rose during, where the focus is on effectively an academy at a tertiary level for dance, music, visual arts, creative writing, and drama. And in 2023, when I was questioned about whether we can have the Institute, well, I made the commitment. I said that the Institute would be accredited by the National Accreditation Council. And the Honorable Member's colleague, sitting just below her, had said that I didn't know what I was talking about. In fact, the words was that I clearly don't know what I was talking about, and that what was required was a legislation in order for the Institute to have been accredited, and that they did not even accredit institutions. I'm pleased to share, Honorable Speaker, that we were able to get the Institute accredited, and that's extremely important.
Member Flubes? Sorry.
I just want to say that this is extremely important because for those, and it's a lot of hard work. We did a lot of hard work for about a year and a half, ensuring that we reach standards that were required, which in many instances are comprehensive. And so that when young people want to advance their passions, their talents, and many instances they're really just the pursuit of passions, of a burning desire to advance their talent, that when they receive a paper from us, a document from us to say that this is a course of study that they undertook, that it is recognized and that it's mobile, that the recognition of the certificate is mobile, meaning that they can take it anywhere and it will be recognized. And that's something that we are extremely, extremely proud of.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Comrade Chair. Can the Honorable Minister say when was the Institute of Creative Arts accredited?
Minister?
Yes. So we passed all of our assessments at the end of last year, and the certificate was issued earlier this year.
And displayed here.
You have it with me?
Didn't you raise it?
I brought it
in your presentation.
I did it during my presentation. That's correct.
Yes.
In fact, it was presented by Dr. Hudson, who was here with the Honorable Member Minister Priya just a few minutes ago here.
Honorable Member, any other questions? I now put a question that is sum stated for program 442, culture, current expenditure. I now put a question that the sum stated herein stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. Sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Program 443 Youth on pages 218 and 19. And I propose the question that the sum stated herein stands part of the estimates. Honorable Member, Nima Flubes.
Thank you, Comrade Chair.